Hello everyone and welcome back. Tonight will be a full gameplay through of REANIMAL, my first series. But before we get into it, all of these videos are in text-to-speech. So, just for a heads up, for anyone that might find that a little off-putting, this was my first series. But that being said, sit back, relax, and enjoy the video.
We live underground now, because the king let his last daughter live. There was a law in the bones of the land. I learned it before I learned how to polish silver in the king's halls. No daughter of the crown shall ever carry life, or the sky will split and pour its black teeth upon the fields. The old priest said the curse was older than the soil itself. They whispered that the first queen once birthed a god, and that the god opened its eyes and became a beast. So the daughters died. I helped dig two of the graves when I was younger. Small ones. Too small to be called graves at all. Some daughters were strangled in their cradles before the midwives finished washing them. Some were taken to the sea with stones sewn into their gowns. Most were buried before their names were ever written. The king prayed through it all, though his hands were always bloody afterward. But the last one, the final daughter, they let her live. No one ever told us why. Perhaps the king's heart cracked at last. Perhaps he forgot what grief costs. Or perhaps he had simply grown tired of digging graves behind the chapel. I saw her grow, silent child, watchful. She walked the palace halls like someone listening to things the rest of us could not hear. There was something strange in the way she stood in the moonlight, too still, like a statue remembering how to breathe. The servants whispered constantly. They said she hummed to the walls at night. I heard it once while carrying coal to the kitchens, a thin little tune drifting through the stone like it had no mouth. Some swore she left no footprints in the dust. Others said she spent hours in the locked library reading the same book. Then one winter, she began to swell. No man had touched her. We all knew it, yet her belly grew day by day, and the kingdom began to rot with it. The cattle stopped giving milk. Bread came out of ovens full of black feathers. Children were born with their mouths sealed shut like wax dolls. Even the scarecrows in the fields started whispering when the wind passed through them. The king summoned her to the throne room. I was there that day, standing behind the pillars with the other servants, trying not to breathe too loudly. She walked in barefoot. Her hair hung over her face like a veil she had grown herself. And she smiled, not the way children smile. "Let me fix it," she said. Then she went into the chapel and locked the doors behind her. 9 days passed. No one entered. No one dared. The bells did not ring, and the priest refused to speak the prayers aloud. We simply waited. On the 9th day, the doors opened. She came out carrying a bundle. I remember how quiet the room became when we saw the child. It wasn't crying, just breathing, faint and thin, wrapped in frostbitten parchment. The cord was still around its neck. Looped 3 times like a crown. She walked straight to the throne. No one stopped her. Not the guards. Not the priests. Not even the king. She bent down, kissed the child's head gently, and drove a silver knife into its chest. The baby did not scream, but the sky did. The sound was so loud the windows cracked. Blood began seeping from the castle bricks, as if the walls themselves had veins. Ravens outside the tower windows turned in the air and flew backward. I swear the statues in the hall lowered their heads and covered their eyes. The king whispered, "It is done." But it wasn't. The princess suddenly doubled over. Her hands clutched her stomach like something inside had answered the knife. "I hear it," she said. Then she collapsed. At first I thought it was grief or pain, but then we all heard it. A knocking, Soft. Inside her, another. Her knees struck the marble floor as the land itself seemed to shudder. Later we heard what happened beyond the palace walls. Rivers turning to mirrors, people drowning in puddles while staring at their reflections, fields splitting open to grow teeth instead of grain. She stared at her stomach as something pushed outward from beneath the skin. But the second child never came. It stayed inside her, and it was awake. It curled somewhere behind her heart and began to grow. It had no mouth, yet it spoke. The princess said it sang nursery rhymes against her ribs like someone scratching on a coffin lid. Mother, mother, eat the sun. Let me out when all is done. After that she changed. Her skin thinned like paper. Her spine bent backward until she could walk sideways through palace halls. Sometimes I saw her shadow move before she did, stretching along the walls as if it were tasting the stone. The kingdom begged for an end. People prayed for fire, for salt, even for plague if it meant forgetting. The king could not bear it. One night, he forced his own crown down his throat. It took 3 days for him to die. When they carried the body out, gold was leaking from his eyes, but she remained, still wandering, still carrying something that had never learned death, and the sun has not returned since. It hangs somewhere behind clouds, watching but never rising. We live underground now, most of us who survived. I keep the old chapel keys, even though the chapel is long gone. At night, we sing lullabies in the dark to keep the crying away, because sometimes in the tunnels you hear a baby crying, but there is never a baby. And if you hear it, do not answer, do not search, do not speak, because it is still trying to be born again, and it remembers us. I found a list of rules in my new apartment. I should have taken them seriously. When I moved into my apartment, the leasing agency told me the previous tenant had left in a hurry. That didn't seem unusual. I live in Geneva. People move all the time, sometimes fast. The place was clean, empty, ready to go. A small one-bedroom on the 3rd floor. Nothing special, except for one thing. There was a single sheet of paper on the living room table. Not an official document, not a note addressed to anyone, just a printed page. At the top in bold, rules to follow, apartment 3B. I honestly thought it was a joke. I sat down and read it. Do not open the door if someone knocks after 10 p.m. If you hear your name in the hallway, do not go out. Never leave your bedroom door open at night. If you wake up and the door is open, do not look into the hallway. Close it immediately. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., do not use the bathroom mirror. If a light turns on by itself, do not turn it off. Do not move the chair in the living room. If the chair has been moved, leave the apartment immediately for the night. Never sleep with your phone uncharged. If you hear someone breathing near you while you are alone, pretend to be asleep. I remember smiling. It felt like something the previous tenant left behind as a joke, or maybe to mess with whoever moved in next. I left the paper on the table and started unpacking. The first week was completely normal. I barely even thought about it. Then one night, around 11 p.m., someone knocked on my door. 3 times. Not aggressive, just deliberate. I wasn't expecting anyone. I got up to open it. Then I remember the paper. Do not open the door if someone knocks after 10 p.m. I stopped right in front of the door, looked through the peephole. No one. The hallway was empty. I waited. Nothing. I went back to the couch. The next day, the building manager asked me, "Were you home last night?" I said yes. She frowned slightly. "That's strange. Someone said they heard you open your door." I didn't think too much about it. A few days later, around midnight, I was in bed, half asleep, and I heard something in the hallway. Not footsteps, not movement, just a voice, low, calm, saying my name. Once. Clearly, I froze. My heart started racing immediately. I thought about the list. If you hear your name in the hallway, do not go out. I didn't move. I didn't answer. After a few seconds, silence. That's when it stopped being funny. Days went by, and without really deciding to, I started following the rules. Not consciously, just automatically. Then one night, I made a mistake. I came home exhausted, collapsed into bed, and forgot to close my bedroom door. I woke up in the middle of the night. No idea why. I was lying on my back, staring straight ahead, and I saw it immediately. The door, wide open, facing the hallway, dark. I remembered the rule. If you wake up and the door is open, do not look into the hallway. But I already had. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I realized something was wrong. The hallway looked darker than usual, like the light wasn't reaching all the way to the end. And at the far end, there was something, not a clear shape, not a person, just something darker than the darkness around it, standing there, not moving. I don't know how long I looked. A second, maybe more. Then I slammed the door shut. I stayed sitting in my bed for several minutes, not moving, not breathing properly. The next morning, the paper was still on the table, but something had changed. There was a new line. I am 100% sure it wasn't there before. 11. If you look into the hallway when the door is open, it will know you can see it. I live alone. I never told anyone about that list. And yet, it changed. Since then, I follow every rule. Exactly. But last night, when I got home, the chair in the living room was not in its place. I'm still standing in the doorway as I write this. I haven't moved, because for the first time, I don't know if I still have time to leave. The slip and slide in the woods. My name is Frank, and I quit, effective immediately. I am no longer willing to pretend that what happens in this place is normal, because it is not. This place is sick. If there is a God, then he turns a blind eye to what happens here. Instead of writing a typical resignation letter, I am simply going to document what happened yesterday. I am certain that anyone who reads this will either understand why I am leaving or think I am insane. I will sign this statement. I will swear to it under oath if anyone asks. What follows is true, recalled to the best of my ability. For those who do not know me, I am a search and rescue officer with the National Park Service. Up until about a week ago, I loved my job. The wilderness brings with it a lot of strange happenings, and I have heard more than my fair share of strange stories. The people of Glen Haven are deeply superstitious. They always have been. But even with the rumors and campfire legends, I always found the job extremely rewarding. Out here you learn to ground yourself in reality. People get lost and they panic. The woods are bigger than most people realize, and fear can make the imagination run wild. Sometimes you have to remind yourself that the boogeyman is not real. There are no werewolves roaming the forests. There is no witch trapped in some forgotten well, making clothing out of skin. And a random staircase in the woods is just that, a staircase. That's what I used to believe. A few weeks ago, my colleague and friend Josh disappeared from the job. Just stopped showing up. Josh had been my partner for years. We worked every kind of call together. Lost hikers, injured climbers, the occasional recovery that none of us like to talk about afterward. He was good at the job, calm under pressure, sharp instincts, the kind of guy who could pick up on small details that others might miss. I knew he had been thinking about leaving. We had sat down together a few times and worked on his resume. He talked about moving somewhere quieter, somewhere without the constant search calls and the long nights. I figured eventually he would put in his notice like anyone else. But that is not what happened. Josh did not resign. He did not transfer. He did not say goodbye. One day he was here, and the next day he was simply gone. The last time I saw him was the morning of his final shift. He looked tired, the kind of tired that sleep does not fix. When I asked him what was wrong, he just said he had not been sleeping well. I left early that day. Now I wish I hadn't. Something about the woods had been bothering him for a while. I assumed he meant the stories the locals like to tell. The usual nonsense. I tried calling him that evening after he failed to show up for a shift. It went straight to voicemail. I sent a message asking if everything was all right. No response. A day passed. Then another. Eventually I stopped calling. Maybe I reminded him too much of the job. Maybe he just wanted to leave this place behind completely. I guess it does not really matter now. Since Josh left, no one has replaced him. It has just been me working the long shifts. Me and Gus. Gus has been here longer than I have. He was already part of the team when I started years ago. He is old now. His muzzle has gone gray, and he moves a little slower when he first gets up. But when it comes to finding a scent, there is nothing slow about him. Gus is the best tracker I have ever seen. We have had kids go missing out here before. Sometimes the only thing left behind is a backpack or a jacket. You let Gus smell it, and he will put his nose to the ground like someone flipped a switch. Then he just goes, straight through brush, across streams, up hills, like he has a map running in his head. More than once it's felt like watching a GPS find its route. Sometimes I know someone's going to be fine by how quick he moves. Gus has saved a lot of people. More than me. Yesterday evening started like any other. I was sitting in the ranger station going through paperwork when there was a knock at the door. I got up and opened it. A woman came stumbling inside. It was around 6 in the evening. She looked like she had run the whole way there. Her breath came in sharp. Uneven bursts and tears were streaming down her face. She told me her son was missing. They had been out walking one of the upper trails together. 1 minute he had been right beside her. The next minute he was gone. Just like that. Poof. I did my best to calm her down. Panic spreads fast in situations like that. And if you let it take over, you lose precious time. I sat her down at the small desk near the front window and told her we would do everything we could to find him. Then I reached for the radio and tried to contact command. All I got back was static. That part was not unusual. The equipment around here is older than it should be, definitely breaking multiple codes. Please somebody make note of that, for whatever poor fools take my job. I have been complaining about it for years. The radios crackle, the batteries die quick, and half the time you're lucky if anyone hears you at all. I tried again. More static. No phone signal either. While I spoke with the mother, Gus stood quietly near front window. His ears were pointed toward the tree line, staring out into the woods as the sun slipped lower behind the hills. The light was fading fast, and the forest was already starting to sink into shadow. I asked her the usual questions while she tried to steady herself enough to answer. She didn't talk much. Her son was 6 years old. She had last seen him about 2 hours earlier. That might sound like a long time, but the place she described was near the highest point of our trail systems. We have 6 trail runs, and the topography changes greatly. The hike down from there takes a while even for us. I figured she must have searched as much as she could on her own before panic finally pushed her to run for help. Gus did not react to her the way he usually does. Normally, he walks right up to people, gives them a gentle nudge, or sits beside them like he understands they are scared. Even a simple wagging tail can calm someone down when they are in a situation like that. But tonight, for whatever reason, he was not in the mood. He kept staring into the woods. The mother reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a glove, blue and knitted. I felt like I recognized it. Maybe they sold it at the local Walmart or something. She told me it belonged to her son. I took the glove and knelt down beside Gus, holding it out for him to smell. His nose twitched as he caught the scent. He began to move towards the woods. So I knew we had a shot at getting the kid. I told the mother she should stay at the station while I went to search. That is the normal procedure. Missing person cases can get chaotic, and having family members wander in the trails usually makes things worse. But she begged me to let her come. She said she could not just sit there and wait. And looking at her, hearing the desperation in her voice, I realized I did not have it in me to tell her no. So I grabbed my flashlight, clipped the radio to my belt, and stepped out into the darkening woods with Gus leading the way. The mother calmed down a little once we started walking. That happens sometimes. Movement gives people something to focus on. I kept the conversation to a minimum. I have never been good at small talk anyway, and in situations like that it usually does more harm than good. People either want silence or answers. The trail was already getting dark beneath the trees. The sun had dipped low enough that the forest swallowed most of the remaining light. My flashlight cut a narrow tunnel through the brush ahead of us, while Gus trotted a few yards in front, nose low to the ground. We had been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I noticed a beam of light flickering through the trees ahead of us. Another flashlight. At first it was just a faint glow between the trunks, moving slowly along the trail toward us. I stopped. The mother stayed close to me. I turned toward her. "Does your son have a flashlight with him?" She shook her head immediately. No. We kept walking toward the light. A minute later the beam rounded the bend in the trail, and its owner came into view. It was one of the regular hikers. I had seen her on the trails dozens of times over the years. Her name was Amanda, I think. The type you see out here all the time. Expensive Patagonia jacket. Fresh pair of Hoka Trail runners. One of those slim hiking backpacks that probably cost more than the radio sitting on my belt. Before I could even say hello, Gus bolted ahead of us. For a moment he looked 10 years younger. His tail wagged wildly as he bounded up to her, jumping and circling like an overexcited puppy. Amanda laughed and crouched down to greet him. "Well, hey there, Gus," she said, scratching behind his ears. I stepped closer and lifted my flashlight slightly so she could see my face. "Evening, Amanda." She looked up at me, still smiling. "Evening, Frank." I asked her if she had seen anyone else out on the trails that evening. "Anyone at all?" She shook her head. "No, just you now. Is everything all right?" I explained that a young boy had wandered off the trail, and we were trying to track him down before it got any darker. As I spoke, I glanced back toward the mother, half expecting her to add something. Maybe describe her son, maybe call his name, but she said nothing. She stood a few steps behind me with her head lowered, staring at the ground. Grief can hit people in strange ways. Some cry, some panic, some shut down completely. She was shutting down. "Amanda," and I spoke for another moment or two. She asked if there was anything she could do to help. Normally I would have told her to head back to the trailhead and stay clear of the search area. But with the radio acting up and no service out here, I needed someone who could reach the outside world. I told her that once she drove far enough from the park, she should call 911, explain that we had a missing child, and tell them which trail we are on. She nodded immediately. I thanked her and wished her a safe walk back. She started down the trail toward the valley. Gus watched her go for a moment, tail still wagging. Then he slowly walked back to my side. For some reason I could not quite explain, I found myself watching Amanda's flashlight a little longer than I needed to as it disappeared between the trees. Something about the encounter didn't feel right. At the time I told myself it was just the situation. Missing kids have a way of putting everyone on edge. We continued upward along the trail. As we climbed, the temperature dropped quickly and the air began to feel thinner. The forest grew quieter the higher we went. Even the wind seemed to disappear up there. The mother had not spoken in a long time. After a while I turned and asked if she needed water or wanted to stop and rest for a minute. She stood with her arms pulled tightly against her chest. as if trying to keep warm. Her long blonde hair hung forward and covered most of her face. When I asked the question, she simply shook her head. She never looked up. Ahead of us, Gus barked once, sharp and alert. He had wandered farther up the trail than usual. That normally meant the scent was strong, and he was confident about where he was going. We kept moving. Near the top of the trail, we reached a sharp bend and turned left. The trail narrowed there before fading out completely. Beyond that point, there was no official path. Just rough ground, loose rock, and low brush. Gus did not hesitate. He pushed straight into the trees. I turned back toward the mother and told her she should wait on the trail. It was safer there and easier for the search teams to find her later. She did not answer. She did not refuse either. She simply followed. Up close, I could see how pale she looked in the beam of my flashlight. Her skin almost seemed gray in the cold light. She looked freezing, but she never complained. After a few minutes of walking, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the glove the woman had given me. Gus had already taken the scent and moved ahead, but I found myself turning the glove over my hand as we walked. I could tell something wasn't right. It felt strange. I rubbed the fabric between my fingers as I walked, trying to place the feeling. It felt bigger than I expected. I told myself it was nothing at the time, but it's clear now that the glove was adult size. It would have fit me, so it certainly wouldn't work for a 6-year-old. Gus barked from somewhere ahead on the trail, sharp and excited. I picked up the pace to follow him, letting the thought slip from my mind, and we pushed deeper into the woods until the darkness around us became nearly total. My flashlight was the only thing cutting through it. Then I heard it. At first it was faint, just a soft trickling sound somewhere ahead of us. Water maybe, a small stream running down the mountain. But as I followed Gus, the sound grew louder. Soon it was unmistakable. Running water. A moment later the trees opened up, and the source revealed itself in the beam of my light. I stopped dead in my tracks, because sitting at the top of that mountain was a slip and slide. A fucking slip and slide. Not some cheap plastic sheet either. This thing was huge. It had a large inflatable entrance at the top. A bright archway in yellow and red like something from a carnival. You'd half expect to see clowns or a Ferris wheel to be nearby. Water ran steadily down the plastic surface, glistening under the flashlight beam as it flowed downhill. It looked incredibly out of place. The water kept running, as if it was hooked up to some secret utility line. I felt sick the moment I saw it. If a 6-year-old boy had wandered up here and found that thing, there was no chance in hell he had ignored it. I turned to say something to the mother. She was gone. 1 second she had been behind me, like right behind me. On a few occasions she was so close I could feel her breath. The next there was nothing but darkness between the trees. I spun around and called out for her. No answer. I called again, louder this time. Still nothing. The forest swallowed my voice. Gus stood a few feet away, staring toward the slide. Slowly I walked toward the inflatable archway. The closer I got, the stranger it felt. The ground beneath my feet sloped sharply downward, and I realized just how steep the hillside really was. The slide began flat enough near the entrance, but within a few feet it dropped away into a steep slope, at least 45 degrees. Gus suddenly stopped behind me. Completely stopped. I turned and called for him to come along, but he would not move. He planted his feet in the dirt and refused to step any closer. It reminded me of a video game character hitting the invisible boundary of the map. Come on, Gus. He did not budge. That alone was enough to make me uneasy. Gus had followed me into every kind of terrain imaginable over the years. He was not the type to hesitate. But something about that slide made him refuse, and as it turns out, his instincts were on point. As I stepped closer to the archway, I began to feel strange, lightheaded, almost like I had been drinking. My thoughts felt slow and distant, like they were drifting away from me, and then a thought appeared in my head. I should try the slide. It felt completely reasonable. You know, like when you try to explain a dream, and it sounds insane, but it felt normal at the time. I took off my coat and dropped it on the ground. Then I stepped out of my boots. I even caught myself wondering what the best way to go down would be. Head first on my stomach or sliding down on my back. The idea seemed fun, exciting. Gus began barking wildly behind me. His bark was sharp and frantic now. Nothing like the friendly noise he made earlier with Amanda. I stepped forward toward the plastic surface, ready to launch myself down. Then something slammed into my leg. A burst of sharp pain shot through my ankle, and I looked down to see Gus clamped onto it with his teeth. His jaws were locked tight around my leg. I panicked. Without thinking, I swung my arm and hit him across the head. He let go. The force of the movement threw me off balance, and I stumbled sideways. My foot slipped in the wet grass beside the slide. Then suddenly I was falling. I rolled down the hillside beside the plastic surface, picking up speed immediately. The slope was even steeper than it looked from the top. Dirt and rocks tore at my clothes as gravity dragged me downward. In seconds, I realized just how much danger I was in. Luckily, and also unluckily, I slammed into a tree at what felt like 60 miles an hour. The impact knocked the air out of my lungs, and I felt something break in my ribs, or maybe my arm. Pain exploded through my body, and I collapsed at the base of the trunk. When I finally managed to lift my head and look forward, my stomach dropped. About 3 feet past that tree, the ground simply ended. A sheer cliff, at least 100 feet straight down to boulders and rocks. If that tree had not been there, I would not be writing this. I looked down into the darkness below the cliff and saw something among the rocks. At first it was just a shape. Something hunched over and curled in on itself between a cluster of boulders. My heart jumped. Hey kid, are you all right? The words felt stupid the moment they left my mouth. A fall like that would have killed almost anyone, let alone a 6-year-old. Still, you say things like that automatically in this job. You say them because sometimes you get lucky, but not this time. No one answered. I forced myself to my feet and looked for a way down. The cliff was steep, but not completely vertical. There was a narrow path of broken stone and dirt that curved along the face of the drop. If I was careful, I might be able to reach the rocks below. Maybe the kid had survived. Maybe he was unconscious. Maybe there was still something I could do. I had to try. So I started down. Every step hurt. My ribs screamed every time I tried to breathe too deeply. I could feel blood running down my side and soaking into my shirt. More than once my vision blurred, and I had to stop and steady myself against the rock. But I kept moving. It took a long time to reach the bottom. By the time I finally stepped onto the loose stones surrounding the cluster of boulders, my legs were shaking and my lungs felt like they were filled with fire. Only then did I realize Gus was gone. I had not seen him since I fell. I told myself he must have stayed at the top of the slope. Dogs are smart about cliffs. Smarter than people sometimes. I hoped he was all right. I hoped he forgave me for striking him. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I slowly approached the body. Over the years, I have seen things that would turn most people's stomachs. Recoveries that lasted days in the heat. Bodies that had been in the wilderness long enough for the forest to start reclaiming them. But nothing prepared me for what I saw lying between those rocks. It wasn't a child. It was Josh. For a moment, my brain refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. The image in front of me just did not make sense. Josh lay twisted against the stones, his body broken and half collapsing on itself. He looked impossibly thin, gaunt, like the flesh had shrunk tight against his bones. His skin was gray beneath the dried blood. His jaw hung wide open at an unnatural angle, clearly shattered in the fall. The smell hit me a second later. Rot and old blood and the sour stink of something that had been lying out in the wild for too long. It was clear that animals had been feeding on him. One of his legs was gone entirely, torn and taken. His arms were stretched out in front of him, rigid and twisted, as if he had hit the rocks head first with his hands reaching out to catch himself. Weeks. That was my first thought. He had been here for weeks. The forest had been slowly taking him apart piece by piece, while the rest of us wondered why he stopped showing up for work. I sank to my knees beside him, and that was when I saw it. One glove, still clinging to his hand. One. My stomach turned cold. Slowly, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the glove the woman had given me earlier. For a moment, I just stared at the two of them. Then I held mine beside the one on Josh's hand. They matched perfectly. Same color, same stitching, same worn thread at the wrist. My hands began to shake. I looked back up toward the cliff above me, toward the slide, and for just a second, in the faint glow of my flashlight reflecting off the wet plastic above, I saw a figure standing there. Tall, pale, a woman. She was looking down at me. Her face was hidden in the darkness. The mother. The moment my light shifted toward her, she stepped backward and disappeared into the night. I shouted after her. Words I won't write down. The forest swallowed my voice. Then I looked back down at Josh, and the reality of what had happened finally hit me. Josh had not quit. He had been taken out here, tricked the same way I had been, led to the slide. I had never been more grateful for Gus. I sat there beside what was left of my friend and started to cry. Josh did not deserve to die like that. Over the next few agonizing hours, I managed to drag myself back down the mountain and make it to the ranger station. Every step felt like I was being stabbed in the ribs. By the time I reached the door, I was barely conscious. There were police waiting for me. Amanda had done exactly what I asked. She must have found a signal and called it in, because the lot was full of patrol cars when I stumbled out of the woods. They sat me down and started first aid right there on the floor of the station. Someone wrapped my side. Someone else shined a light in my eyes. All the while they kept asking questions. What happened? Where the body was? What I had seen? I told them everything. I told them about the boy. I told them about the trail. I told them about the slip and slide sitting at the top of the mountain like some kind of bullshit from a cartoon. Some of them glanced at each other. I know they think I'm mad, but they won't when they go out there. I told them about the woman who led me out there, the one who gave me the glove, the one who stood at the top of that slide and watched me fall. They had me repeat the story again and again that night, every detail, every step. Some of the officers knew Josh personally. So when I told them what I found at the bottom of the cliff, the room went quiet. While relaying the story, a thought came to mind. We have cameras. The ranger station has security cameras covering every entrance and the parking lot. We could review them to get an image of the women. I remember feeling angry while I was waiting for police to arrive. Angry and hopeful at the same time. I wanted to see her face. I wanted her punished. The officer running the computer rewound the footage to earlier that evening. Then we watched. I walked up to the front door and opened it. I held my hand out to beckon someone inside, but no one came inside. My neck rotated like I was watching someone walk through the door, but no one did. I was alone. I stopped in the middle of the room and began speaking. The camera showed me holding the door open for empty air, gesturing toward the chair for someone to sit down, nodding as if someone was answering my questions. At one point, I even reached out my hand for a handshake, waiting for someone who was never there to take it. The officers in the room didn't say anything for a long time. They just kept watching the footage as I spoke to a person that did not exist. Gus stood by the window, looking out at me. Then me and Gus opened the door and left the room. We rewound the tape and watched multiple times. Nobody spoke. The silence was deafening. My name is Frank, and I quit effective immediately. What's happening to my body? I'm going to try to write this in order. I needed to make sense because nothing has made sense for 3 months, and writing is the only thing that still feels like something I can control. My name is Priya. I'm 17. I moved to Harwick in October because my dad got a new position, and we relocated. And I started a new school mid-semester, which was hard, but honestly fine. I'm decent at being new places. I make friends. I smile. I ask people questions about themselves. And actually listen to the answers. It's not a performance. I just genuinely like people. I liked it at Harvard. I like my classes. I like the trail behind the athletic field, where I ran in the morning. I liked a boy named Caden who lent me his jacket when the radiator broke in the 3rd period and never made it weird when I gave it back. I want to remember that I was happy there. Before I explain what happened to my body, it started with my hair. Mid-November, I was washing in the shower and my hand came away with more than usual. A loose clump, maybe 30 or 40 strands, dark against my palm. I told myself it was stress. New school, new city, my sleep schedule was off. Hair loss from stress is normal. I Googled it. I drank more water. I bought a gentler shampoo. 2 weeks later, I was finding it everywhere. On my pillow in the shape of where my head had been. Coiled in the bathroom drain after every shower. I started wearing it up because the sight of it loose unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. It felt less like shedding and more like departing. Like my hair was trying to leave my body before the rest of me got the message. By December, I had a bald patch above my left ear the size of a silver dollar. I wore my hair differently. I didn't tell anyone. The next thing was my gums. I noticed them bleeding when I brushed my teeth, which again, Googled it common, vitamin deficiency, maybe stress again. But it didn't stop. It got worse. By Christmas break, I was spitting pink into the sink every morning, and 2 of my back teeth had developed this sensitivity to cold that made me flinch so hard my eyes watered. My mom took me to a dentist in January. He looked at my mouth for a long time without saying anything, and then he asked me, carefully, the way adults ask things when they're worried about the answer, whether I was eating properly, whether I was under unusual stress. I said yes to stress. He used a word I had to look up later. Recession. My gums were pulling back from my teeth. He said it in the tone of someone describing something they didn't fully understand. He said it was aggressive for someone my age. He said we'd monitor it. I monitored it every morning in the mirror. I watched my own smile slowly become something wrong. January is also when I started noticing Mara. I want to be honest. I had noticed her before, the way you notice furniture, present, peripheral, not particularly significant. She was in my chemistry class. She was quiet. She looked at Caden sometimes in a way I recognized from the inside, wanting something you can't ask for, and I felt for her, the way you feel for anyone carrying something heavy in public. But in January, she started watching me, not subtly, not the quick glances of someone trying not to be caught. She watched me the way you watch a car accident, with this horrible fixed attention, like she couldn't help it, but also didn't want to. In the cafeteria, in the hallway, once in the library when I looked up from my book, and she was at a table 20 feet away, and our eyes met, and she didn't look away. She just kept looking. I mentioned it to Caden. He got a small crease between his eyebrows and said, "That's weird," and I agreed, and we moved on. I should not have moved on. In February, my left, I started watering constantly. Not like crying, like a faucet with a slow drip. The inner corner, a persistent seep of moisture that I was always wiping away. My vision got slightly blurred on that side. I went to an optometrist who found nothing structurally wrong and referred me to a specialist who also found nothing structurally wrong and said sometimes tear ducts just behave strangely and gave me eye drops. The eye drops did not help. What was happening, and I know how this sounds, I know, but just stay with me, was that my left I was becoming translucent. Not quickly, not all at once, in the way that a dyed shirt fades in the wash. over repeated exposure to something that strips color away. I noticed at first in photographs. The iris, which had always been very dark brown, was lighter than my right eye, then lighter still. By late February, it was the color of weak tea. By early March, it was the color of water with just a memory of tea in it. By mid-March, you could see through it to the red at the back. I went back to the optometrist. I went to a different specialist. I went to my GP. I went to a hospital. I have a folder on my phone with 47 medical photos and 6 referral letters and no diagnosis that explains all 3 things together. The hair, the gums, the eye. Because there is no condition that does all 3. Every doctor looked at the previous doctor's notes and found something politely wrong with their conclusions. During this time, Caden held my hand in the hospital waiting room. During this time, I found out about Mara. Her locker is diagonal from mine. I don't know why I never registered this before. Maybe because she was always gone before I arrived in the morning. Maybe because I just never looked. But in March, I got to school early because I couldn't sleep, and I was at my locker when she came down the hallway and stopped at hers, and we were alone in that corridor, and I watched her notice me. The expression on her face lasted less than a second before she replaced it. But I saw it. I have replayed it many times since. It was not guilt exactly, or not only guilt, it was the expression of someone watching a thing they may continue to move. I asked Caden that night whether Mara had ever said anything about me. He was quiet for too long before he said no. I asked if she had ever said anything about it. He said, "She used to look at me a lot. Before you got here, I didn't know what to do about it, so I didn't do anything." I lay in bed that night looking at the ceiling and thinking about the word before I got here, before October, before my hair started leaving my body. I want to be very careful about what I say next because I know what it sounds like. I know how it reads. I am a girl who's been failed by 6 doctors, and I am looking for an explanation that makes everything fit together. And of course, a desperate person finds patterns. Except, I talked to my aunt in Bangalore on a video call in March. She's my mother's older sister, and she has always been a family member who exists slightly outside ordinary reality. The one who keeps neem leaves above the door and says certain things only at certain times of day. I showed her my eye on the camera. I showed her the photos of my hair loss, the dental records. She was quiet for a very long time. Then she asked me, "Is there a girl at your school who wants what you have?" I said yes. She said, "Has she ever touched something of yours? Something you wore?" I thought about my cardigan. The one I left on the cafeteria chair in November. The one I assumed I'd eventually find in the lost and found. I said, "I think so." My aunt closed her eyes. When she opened them, she looked at me with an expression I had never seen on her face before. She is 63 years old, and she has buried a husband and son, and I have never once seen her look frightened. She looked frightened. She told me what to do. I did all of it. I am not going to describe it here because if any part of it works, I do not want it undone. And if none of it works, I do not want to know that yet. What I will tell you is what happened to Mara. In April, someone found her journal. I don't know how these things move through high schools like weather. By the time I heard about it, the relevant pages had been photographed and were on 4 different group chats. She had written about me in a way that was very detailed and very specific and not metaphorical. She was called to the principal's office. Then her parents were called. There was talk of a disciplinary hearing, of a police report, of restraining orders. I don't know what ultimately happened because by that point my mother had already enrolled me in a different school across town, and I finished a year there, and I have not been back to Harwick. Caden texts me sometimes. I answer when I can. My hair is growing back. Slowly. Thin and fine like a baby's. Like something learning to exist again. My gums have stabilized. My left eye is still the color of water. The specialist says it may continue to fade, or it may stop where it is. There is no medical literature for what is happening to my eye. He uses the word idiopathic, which means we don't know, which means we've never seen this, which means the chart has run out of room, and we are now in the margin. I look in the mirror every morning. I look at the eye that is no longer fully mine. I think about a girl who wanted something she couldn't have and reached into a place she didn't understand taking. And I think about the fact that she is still out there, not in prison, not hospitalized, not dead, just out there, in whatever remains of her life, with whatever remains of herself. I don't know what was in that box her grandmother left. I don't know what she let out when she opened it. I know that sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room, the eye that is fading still sees things the other one doesn't. I'm not ready to talk about what it sees, star, asterisk. Colors are bleeding, and deformed children are stalking. Every time I swipe my thumb across my phone screen, a smear of blue light follows me, slowly fading like a fan of melting water. It hangs between me and the screen until my brain catches up with my eyes. I've gotten used to it, but now it's making me feel sick again. Tapping the correct keys is a pain. Autocorrect and predictive text are saving my ass. I've been searching on Google, scrolling through pages and pages of results without finding anything. I even tried asking ChatGPT, but it spat out a wall of bullshit. Told me that nothing like the creatures I described existed, that it was probably a consequence of fatigue, stress, or some other factor. Of course, even a robot thinks I'm crazy. I'm under the duvet, and I'm sweating so much my shirt feels sticky, and not because of the heat. Last time I checked, my room was still empty. No monsters. I'd fear they could walk through the walls. But apparently they can. I locked the door and all the windows and told Katie I needed some time alone to prepare for an important exam. Because she kept texting and calling me, that door must stay locked. I hope Katie won't decide to come check on me. Damn it. I shouldn't have given her a spare key to my flat. If she opens that door, they'll come in. Fuck. I texted her and told her not to worry, that I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm just stuck. I hope she listens. I'm bad. I'm a vet student who lived an amazingly boring life for 21 years before a stupid horse turned it into a nightmare. All my friends, relatives, and my girlfriend Katie know that I'm a rational person. Someone who believes in things you can see and touch. Things you can cut open to see the anatomy. My motto was, if you can't find it anywhere, it isn't real. Until a week ago, I've always dreamed of becoming a vet. Ever since I was a kid. Always loved animals. All of them. Even the bugs. Mom and Dad never approved of my choice to go vegetarian right after kindergarten. But they couldn't do much about it. So yeah, I love animals. Except horses. Fuck horses. No, I've never done horses. I drink beer like once a week, and that's it. 6 months ago, that's what happened. Field rotations were the worst part of being a vegetarian. Tough, but mandatory. We were at this big equine facility outside of town. I can't remember exactly. I just remember the smell of hay and the stench of horse dung. They told me what happened once I came out of a 2-week coma. This stallion must have been spooked by an insect or something and kicked the support beam hard. The wood was rotten and heavy. It came down like a guillotine and hit me straight in the back. I didn't even feel it. Everything went black, like someone had yanked the plug. I was very lucky. They airlifted me. Emergency brain. They had to cut a piece of my skull because my brain was shot. The first thing I saw when I finally woke up was Katie's face. She was crying and holding my hand. Mom and Dad were there too. But something was deeply spoken, and I heard her voice loud and clear. The pain was bitter. Yellow and green horse around her. Van, oh my God. As her lips moved, her words turned into a soft light. Then I blinked, and 2 seconds later, the colors faded. So weird, I thought I was still dreaming. The doctor explained it to me later, showing pictures of a brain model. He used a lot of words like sensory cross-wiring and other stuff I couldn't remember. He basically said that the connection between my eyes and the part of my brain that took care of rendering the senses was permanently damaged. The blow had rewired my perception, causing my sight and hearing to merge in a chaotic way. He gave me an easy-to-understand example. Think of it like a GPU that had been overclocked until it melted. The doctor said, tapping a finger on the picture, he pointed at a specific section of the brain. The wiring is now crossed. When the brain receives a signal, it doesn't know where to put the information, so it spills onto the screen, your vision. You'll see visual artifacts, Ben, behind every sound and movement. Your world is going to be vibrant, overwhelmingly so, I'm afraid. Vibrant, huh? Vibrant, he said. He made it sound like I'd just gotten a cool new filter. The real thing was way worse than I'd imagined. When they took me home, reality was completely broken. See, if my cat wiggles her tail quickly, I don't just see it followed by a simple blur. I see it leaving a shimmering comet's tail in the air like a deck of cards, matching the colors of her fur. I see a brown tail where it was half a second ago, an orange one where it was a second ago, and then a black one where it was 2 seconds ago. But all at once, I can no longer ride my bike, or even cross the street alone. The movement and the sound of cars and people turn the world into a chaos of smeared color. Watching a movie makes me vomit. The dialogue and action create a storm of lights, washing out the screen completely, forming surreal pictures. When I walk, I have to take it slow and stare at my feet, because if I turn my head too fast, the whole world becomes a soup of lines and colors. Nauseating. I'm basically living inside a corrupted file. My family has been very supportive. Dad offered to drive me to university every morning. Mom insisted on coming to help clean my flat, and Katie came every day to help me cook. I would stand at the kitchen stove, gripping the counter, try my best to keep the room from spinning. My ears would hear the sound of her knife against the board as she chopped vegetables. But my brain would see her like a smear on the timeline, knife raised in the air. Then boom, dozens of orange and green waves jumped up and down like a slinky toy. My brain worked and struggled to stitch the senses together to form something that made sense. It was so exhausting. Learning how to pour myself a glass of water without making a mess took me a week. After a month, I started to get used to living in a world of melting paint. I was learning how to recognize the auras and how to trust my ears and touch more than my eyes, like blind people do. For a while, I thought that after all, it wasn't that bad, that I could actually learn to live with this. It couldn't get worse, right? Wrong. A week ago, that's when I saw the first one. My condition had started to worsen. I had to keep my head as still as possible while studying, and use noise-canceling earphones to avoid turning the words in the textbook into a spiral of colors. I needed air, so I shoved myself up in the chair, eyes fixed on the floor, and I wouldn't take out the trash. The air was cold, but the sun was pleasant. I gripped the bag and stood still, staring straight ahead at the wall of buildings and empty streets. Then a long trail of crimson ribbons followed a car driving past. They all disappeared when my brain caught up. I took a deep breath, trying to let some tension out, and there it was. Down there, near the communal bin, something was crouching. At first, I thought it was a homeless child, wrapped in sheets, maybe trying to pick up something from under the bin. But the posture was wrong. The proportions were all wrong. His spine was curved at an unnatural angle, and it was completely asymmetrical. I blinked. Maybe it wasn't a child. It must have been a trash bag or a pile of dirty clothes someone had thrown away. It had to, because that thing was too clear. In a world where the tiniest motion or sound left a rainbow trail, This thing was still and perfectly solid. No bleeding colors. But when my vision caught up to reality, it was gone. I looked left, right, everywhere. There was nothing. No smear. No trail of ghostly colors. In my world, everything left a trail. Everything still did. Just next to the bin, some kids ran on the sidewalk, dragging streaks of limbs. But that child, or whatever it was, didn't. It had vanished. Just like that. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes. The street was just the usual street. I told myself it had been a stray animal. Sick, probably. Maybe a fox that had wandered into town. My vision had already turned back to the regular rivers of overlapping chaos. Right? It had probably distorted the image of a skinny stray into that weird thing. And about the missing trail, was it a new glitch in my brain? That's what I told myself. Perfectly logical scientific answer. 2 days later, we were walking back from a checkup at the hospital. Katie and I, these long smears of metal and light, stretched down the street and died at the crossroads. As always, I walked head down, holding Katie's hand. She guided me just like those dogs were blind. The doctor told me the swelling is almost completely gone. I'm so happy, she said, gently pulling me. Her words glowed a soft purple. Her shoes squeaked against the sidewalk, creating yellow sparks with each step. I can't wait for her. She didn't finish the sentence. She bumped into my back as I stopped dead in the middle of the sidewalk. I tightened my grip on her hand. Ow, hey, Ben, what's wrong? She asked. My eyes were fixed there, staring straight ahead of us, at that ruined brick wall bordering an abandoned garden, among pulsing trails of people walking totally unaware of it. That child stood about 20 feet away. He was crouching near the wall, perfectly rendered, so much closer this time that I could see his skin, red, and he wore no clothes. He was completely hairless, and the skin was stretched so tight over the bones it looked like it was about to tear. And the head, his head was... Ben, you're scaring me, said Katie, moving ahead of me. She pulled me and waved her hand in front of my eyes, blinding me for a few seconds. What are you looking at? There, I said. Watch out. That kid. Right there. I pointed at the wall, at that thing. My shoulders heaved as I struggled to breathe. Katie turned her head to look at it, before turning back to me, her eyebrows arched. What kid? There's nothing there. Look. Right there, it's right to... The thing was gone. There was just an old wall, with overgrown bushes and weeds reaching the top. And, just like the other day, no visual trace telling me he'd run away, or jumped over the wall, or anything. Gone. Again. Like never been there. Sorry, thought I saw something. I whispered, unable to speak in my normal tone. My heart was hammering. Sorry, never mind. Just my broken brain playing tricks on me. Katie asked me if I wanted her to stay at my place for the night. She insisted on coming up to make me some tea or cook dinner. But I almost had to beg her to go home and rest. I lied and told her I had a massive headache and needed to sleep in absolute silence and darkness. I think she was sad, but she kissed me and left, wishing me good night. Her colorful trail slowly faded down the stairwell. I grabbed one of my university notebooks and ripped out a page. Then I pulled out a black pen and sat at my desk. I didn't know why I felt the need to do it, but I had to get it out of my head, like the illusion of exercising. Drawing with my condition was not easy at all. It would have been easier to do it with my eyes closed, maybe. The pen between my fingers multiplied into dozens of shapeless, ink-stained copies, leaving a black line on paper that took 5 good seconds to turn into a static line. I drew a curve, waited for the colors to fade, let my brain catch up, and then drew the next line. It took a while, but slowly, the shape began to form. First, I traced the unnatural curvature of the spine, followed by the asymmetrical length of the legs, or whatever those things were, so thin and covered in thick lines where the bone met the skin. As I shaded the horrific skeletal torso, my stomach turned. I dropped the pen. It clattered, bouncing against the wall and falling off the desk. My eyes followed as it trailed through the air for almost 10 more seconds. I was about to throw up. The more I stared at the drawing, the more the contents of my stomach rose. Past the monitor, the window seemed to call me, towards that spot behind the communal bin where I'd first seen that thing. The street lights were on. Nothing was there. I didn't sleep that night, because every time I closed my eyes, I saw that impossible shape standing on two skeletal legs. The vision was so clear. It moved in a perfectly normal motion, just like the whole world used to, before that horse ruined my life. And the darkness of my room felt like the only curtain hiding things that nobody was supposed to see. The next day, I dragged myself to university. Dad drove me like always. I did it because I wanted to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. I was just stressed. Yes, I'd challenge anybody to live with this condition for a single day without going crazy. After morning classes, I went outside to eat lunch. I sat alone on a bench in the campus garden with a tomato sandwich in my hands. Every time I slightly shifted my head or chewed too hard, the vibration made my vision shake, turning the students and the trees into a mess of limbs and leaves. The sun felt so nice on my skin. The sound of birdsong cast a soft glow that helped me relax. Just when I was starting to forget about it, caught up in the moment, there I saw him. No, not him. I saw it again, sitting on the grass in the shade of the biggest oak tree, just a few steps away from me. I stopped chewing and I almost choked. I immediately put the remaining half of my sandwich back into the wrapper and pushed myself up from the bench. To minimize the dizzying trails, I tried to keep my head as still as I could. One careful step forward, then another and another. A group of students were eating and talking on a blanket just next to the oak tree. A professor walked right past it, but none of them even glanced at it. Nobody yelled in fear or disgust at that thing. They completely ignored it. Or they just couldn't see it? Why? When I looked back into the tree, I expected it to disappear again, but the creature was still there. It had only walked a few steps to the left. Its movements had been too clean and fluid, colorless. I wasn't breathing. Between where it had been a second ago and where it was now, there was nothing. A girl walking past me left a trail of vibrant waves following her. A leaf fell from the tree like a waterfall of green light. Everything did that. Everything bled color. Every fucking thing. Except this thing. For it to move without my brain painting a single trail, it meant, my God, the thought alone froze the sweat all over my face, down to my neck and spine. It meant that thing existed in a way so incomprehensible it bypassed human perception. But if other people couldn't see it when it was simply standing there, that meant it existed on a different plane of reality? Bullshit. That wasn't possible. Now that I was much closer, I could make out the tiniest details of its body. As a vet student, I'd studied the strangest animals on this planet, so my training kicked in. This was a biological impossibility. The skull was elongated, almost resembling a horse, but the periorbital bone was way too stretched, almost warped. The red skin looked rotten, like that of a decaying corpse. Wet all over its back, sprouting from the bones of its hunched spine, were several bones. They were made of flesh, like tumors. Masses of these fleshy tubes grow like small trees, but made of pulsing veins. On them, patches of exposed muscle tissue leaked a brownish secretion that glistened in the sunlight. Its whole body was skeletal, like it had been starving for months and yet was alive. And then the eyes. Jesus, those eyes. They sat on the sides of that horse-like head. massive and bulging. 2 globes of white, streaked with spider's web of red veins. It had no eyelids, just those wet eyes that resembled 2 dripping fried eggs. I took another step closer. A few seconds later, when my vision cleared, the creature was no longer facing the grass. Its deformed head snapped sideways. Those horrific eyes were staring directly at me. Its mouth was smiling, and one of its skeletal hands had risen. It was waving at me. I yelled. A rush of adrenaline flooded my body, gripping my heart. I gasped, stumbling backwards. My legs caught the bench, and I dropped the ground like a dead weight. Scraping my palms and I crawled back while kicking dirt, hyperventilating. I must have looked like an idiot. The students on the blanket were looking at me. The professor had stopped to check what was going on. They all looked at me, and I heard their words. One of the students helped me get on my feet, asked if I was okay. I didn't answer, because all my focus had snapped back to that spot on the tree. It was gone. The creature had vanished, and again, no traces. I thanked the guy and told him I was fine. I didn't go back to class, ignoring the nausea rising from my stomach and my throat. I just grabbed my backpack and walked home alone. I bumped into other people a couple times, apologizing every time. I sat in my living room with all the curtains drawn, every creak of the floor. Every car horn outside made me jump, terrified that if I looked in the corner, I would see that monster again. Then came this moment. The air felt different when I woke up, suffocating. Then, my body was stiff and tired. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours at most. Paranoia. Yes, that was the word. I was being paranoid. Of course, it had all been a hallucination. Just a symptom of my damaged brain. I walked into the living room, grabbed the edge of the curtain, yanked it open to let the sun in. I screamed so hard my throat hurt. They were here, through the glass. There were dozens of those children. They swarmed the balcony, clinging to the walls, the railing. All of them were different from each other. Some had these huge trunks of flesh stripped. Others had calcified growths instead of hair on their heads. I counted 4 of them pressing their deformed faces against the glass. Their skeletal, asymmetrical hands, with those 2 long fingers spread against the door, and each one of those melting eyes was staring directly at me, smiling. I slammed the inner door shut and locked it. My hands were shaking so violently I stopped feeling them. When I turned, the room became a spinning vortex. I checked everywhere. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, every corner, every closet. I dropped to my knees and checked under the couch. Then under the bed. Nothing. None of them had managed to get inside. At least, not yet. And now here I am, under my duvet, soaked in cold sweat. My phone is the only light in the room. I don't know what those things are, where they come from. I don't know why no one can see them, or how they can exist. But what terrifies me the most is, I don't know what they want from me, or what they're gonna do if they catch me. But they're out there, hundreds, maybe thousands, everywhere, existing in a way that no one will ever be able to detect. But take this as a warning. If your vision should ever bleed, even for a fraction of a second, and you see just a flash of rotten skin and tumorous growths, or a shape that doesn't belong to the real world, look away. Doesn't matter where, just look away. Because if they know you can look at them, they won't stop looking at you. The hospital ward that refugees die. There is a hospital in my town where I work. It has an abandoned wing that honestly baffles me. It should have been torn down, but for some reason the admins will not touch it, even with an excavator. I was hired to clean and patrol the place at night. Honestly, I wish I was making this up, but I needed the money when I first started my job there, things were normalish and there wasn't much of anything to do except for clean the place and keep the idiots looking for making viral videos away. Nothing much happened, and there were times when be a person or two with permission trying to make videos about this place would come and film there. It's supposed to be haunted, but nothing ever happens. That was until a specific date came around, and I finally understood why this place is treated like a scar on the hospital grounds. That night things were as normal. The place is disconnected from the main power. So I must wood around this electric lantern that is connected to a battery. It works, so don't judge. The ward has 6 rooms with 4 beds in each. There are curtains that separate the beds, but they were removed a long time ago. The beds have no mattress, only a wooden board with a white cloth over them. The light began to flicker in room 2. I thought the battery was not charged or something, so I disconnected it to check. When I did that, I heard these soft whispers and wails. I looked up and around to see where they came from. The beds were empty. I bent down again to check the battery and heard the voices again. Thinking the place was finally getting to me, I ignored them and managed to get the light back on again. When I stood up and around the room, I froze. The beds were all occupied. All 4 beds had childlike figures on them, and they were all covered. I called out to them, but none responded. Thinking it was a prank, I walked to the nearest one and pulled the sheet to reveal the wooden board underneath. This scared me to the point I screamed out and jumped back. The other beds still had figures on them, and I began to shout at them. I watched them shiver in their places, and then a pool of blood forming around them. The blood looked like rivers pouring out of faces. Then the guttural voices of children crying. My hair stood on ends, and I tried to leave the room. Turning to leave, I found myself looking at this black cloud of smoke at the entrance. It floated at the entrance, and something in me felt like it wasn't there to say hi. I could not leave using the windows because they were barred. I called out to the smoke. Cursing myself for that, I walked forward saying a prayer. The smoke thickened, and a freezing cold blanket covered me. I saw my breath turn to mist when exhaling, and began to shout out the Lord's Prayer, only to be replied with a loud scream. That scream was primal, like someone in the final stage of death. I tried to shout louder, and felt someone grab my throat and squeeze. I tried to grab the thing holding my throat, but got nothing. I tried a breath and utter more prayers, but it felt like my windpipe was completely flattened. Panic was not just rising, but rocking up my spine. I took a step back, but my legs gave way and fell down. I lay on my back, and that was when this heavy weight sat on my chest. I tried a breath, but that weight bore down on me. In all this, the whispers became louder and louder. My vision became darker, like I was about to pass out. Everything rose to a crescendo till nothing. I shot up and found the room silent again. I jumped to my feet and looked at the beds. They were empty. I looked at my lantern, and it was off with the power unplugged. The light from the moon was enough to see the general details. Nothing had moved, except me. I wandered around the room, then switched on the lantern, checked the place. I held my broom like a weapon and walked to every corner to check if I was being pranked, but found nothing. Then I thought about how anyone could prank me with visions. I saw the cloth. I pulled from the first bed on the floor and walked over to pick it up. I bent down and picked it. When I looked at the bed, I saw the body of a girl on the bed. She was maybe 9 years old and definitely dead. Her skin went grayish like she was frozen or something. I froze again with the cloth in hand. I was transfixed on her chest, hoping to see the movement from breathing. Then slowly looked up to check her face again, and saw she was looking at me. The hate in those dead eyes was unmistakable. I began to shake and tried to take a step back, only to bump into something. I turned to see a masked face. He looked like a doctor with his face mask on. What was really fucked up about him were his eyes. They were black holes. It was like his eyes were torn out of his sockets, and they were bearing down on me. What was happening to me, I had no clue. I was in the middle of something, and these things did not want me to. I tried to sidestep, and when I did the head turn, I moved behind the cart with the lantern, and the doctor kept looking at me. I ducked out the door and ran to the main doors. I slipped just a few steps out and fell forward onto the wet floor. Why were the floors wet? Were the thoughts running in my head when my head finally cleared? Looking down at the liquid, I finally realized it was blood. The floor was flooded with blood. I tried to sit up and slipped again, slid around the floor, trying to get up and run out. I began to cry out for help while doing this, and then heard the doors. Someone was trying to get in. I never locked the doors when I was working. Instead of trying to stand, I crawled on all fours to the door. The banging on the doors were not the other guard, but a number of women. They were screaming out names. They were calling to their children. I looked back to the room and saw that doctor figure standing at the door, and his hands were covered in blood. I thought I was in some bad horror movie while crawling on the floor. When I reached the door, I rose to hold the door handle pull. The door opened inward, and just like that, everything reset. I was on my knees, still only that I wasn't covered in blood. I checked my hands. All I saw was dirt from crawling. I got up and looked back to the room, and there was nothing there. I did not want to stay there, so I ran out. I ran to the admin's office and told him what happened. To his credit, the admin listened and believed me. He calmed me down and offered me coffee. I told him everything. He did speak until I finished. Then he spoke. I am sorry you had to go through that. I wish I told you about that place. What I can guess is that the activity is tied to this night. This day some 40 years ago, a doctor, I can't remember his name, went mad from the stress of overwork and killed a total of 12 children under his care. There was an outbreak of an infection that hit the children of the village harder. It weakened them to the point of causing many to fall into a coma. This doctor tried his best in curing them, but could not find a solution. I guess the stress of having the parents screaming at you along with the authorities can drive anyone mad. He slit their throats. In their weakened state, could not stop him. Then it slit on. I wish we could break down that ward, but every time we try, the machinery breaks down or the workers refuse to return. I am not a believer in ghosts and such, but that place forced me to think otherwise. From that point forward, I would not work in that place on the same date. Whatever was reliving that night was pure evil, and I guess I would have been another victim if I had not made it out that night. I wish I knew how I survived. Recently, I explored an abandoned hillside tunnel. I think I'd buried a part of myself there. To be honest, the tunnel itself was unremarkable and wasted. This is expected in urbex. It had a far dead end, and there was nothing to explore other than rubble and debris. Don't really know what I expected to find there, but well, I was surprised, albeit not pleasantly. Nothing about this obsession is pleasant, nothing at all. I might as well quit this soon. The tunnel was a concrete throat swallowed by overgrowth. I was about half a mile inside when the air got noticeably thicker and started to smell of wet stone. My flashlight was having a hard time keeping up, but I had enough battery backup and was rather comfortable to explore a bit further. In what was a den in the walls, I found a rather unassuming, heavy door. It looked industrial and was painted in that ugly gray-green color. I was unsettled at first, as it was a rather odd thing to encounter in a place like this. Regardless, since I was here to explore, I decided to peek in and push it open. It led into a dirty room with a spiral metal staircase at one end. As soon as I entered, I was greeted by the smell of mold on the walls and moss on the wet floor. Water dripped from the ceiling that looked like it was waiting to fall apart right on my head. I wasn't sure what I was doing at this point, or why I was here in the first place. On one of the walls was a depiction, a shadowy man with stark white eyes. It felt like an attempt to scare off cowards, but I wasn't one of them. As I descended down the rusty staircase, my ears started to make out a scratchy, looping jazz record on play somewhere distant, but not too far from where I was. At the bottom was a larger room, which itself had a hallway of rooms that made no sense. The walls were dirty gray, and the floor was wet with murky water. There was a large vent cut into one wall. The music seemed to play from a room further down the hallway, maybe even somewhere down below. Curious as I was, I started briefly exploring some of the rooms in the hallway. Most of them were empty with absolutely nothing in them. What could have this place been? However, some of them were lightly furnished. One room that caught my attention in particular had an old CRT TV buzzing with dead static, and a couch placed conveniently in front of it. The couch had this faded floral pattern to its torn fabric, and its stench was unbearable. Just standing by the threshold of the room made me feel sick. I felt the need to leave, but something about that record on loop somewhere close by beckoned me go further. Another room, almost opposite to the one with the TV in it, had a vintage dining table with 6 scrambled chairs placed in eerily precise positions. One of these chairs rocked by itself and fell to the floor, twitching as if something was moving it around. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm no believer in the paranormal, but you bet my skeptical brain could not come up with a genuine reason for that to happen. Startled, I left the room to enter the hallway, and then I heard another chair fall to the ground. I didn't dare look back into the room or backtrack on the same path I entered this place in. It wasn't safe. What if a squatter was following me? I was aware there could be squatters observing me, and I had brought some harsh pepper spray for my defense. I couldn't carry a gun or a sharp weapon since it could incriminate me in the wrong place at the wrong time. I decided to cross the hallway, closer to where the record was playing. I was very close. As I turned the corner of a wall to my left, my flashlight hit him first. A man, or a figure with the shape of one, sat perfectly still on a modest dining chair, facing the gray concrete wall. He was staring at nothing. The gramophone was on a short side table in the opposite corner. I froze. I couldn't really make sense of what I was seeing. The man seemed to lack all features a human would have, and he didn't budge an inch. The more I focused on his frame, the record began to slow down, warping to silence as it was struggling to stay on play. My head fell out of my body. The longer I stayed, the closer to the sound. The silence immediately followed by a sharp, deafening whistle emerging from one of the large vents. It sounded like one of the death whistles used by the Aztecs. It wailed like 100 tortured souls, singing a song of agony that could never reach our ears. Scream. I didn't want to look at the doorway but I also did not want to turn my eyes away from the big long chair. But my body moved. My eyes met the frame of another still man who stood half obscured by the wall he was trying to hide behind. I directed my flashlight towards him. He was naked, and his skin seemed like it was taxidermy. His eyes were turned upside down in sockets that looked like they were empty. The whistle screeched and blew once again, closer this time. I felt a surge of panic throughout my body. I looked away and scrambled to take the large vented room to escape. That's the best I could do to save myself. I dived in, literally skinning my shoulder. They started. My left palm dug into an open metal shard too, giving me a tear that made it hard for me to crawl further. I gathered all of my strength. I had to leave this place. I heard something sound like it was followed by a frantic, rhythmic slap sounds. There was something crawling into the vent. I spent what felt like hours. I eventually tumbled out into a room that smelled of dead, ancient meat. There was a single white cot. On it, a shape lay veiled under a thin yellow sheet. I didn't stop to see if the corpse was fresh. I just ran. This time, on my way out, I found a different exit, a rusted gate that popped under my weight. I didn't stop running until I hit the tree lean closer to the outskirts of the city. I rushed to an emergency ward not too far off to treat my wounds that had bled themselves dry. It was risky, but I could get help sooner than I thought. After a few hours, I was home. The wounds in my skin grew gray, and I smelled of dust and rot, despite having cleaned myself with several soap solutions. I've noticed that every once in a while, I hear a faint scratch of needle on a record alternate in my ears. Last night after dinner, I found myself sitting far too long at the dining table and losing track of time, staring at the blank wall opposite to me. I don't quite feel like myself anymore. I feel that I'm waiting for something to arrive, but I'm not sure what it is.
No idea.
So that's all of the story for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and had relaxing time, and I'll catch you guys later. Good night, everyone. I taught my dog to use talking buttons. What she told me terrified me. My dog, Cookie, is a high-energy Papillon mix with big furry ears and tufts of long fur. And when I first adopted her, I almost returned her because for the first 3 days, she wouldn't stop crying. Now, of course, she is my baby. One thing that helped a lot with her energy levels and her constant boredom was the buttons. I'm sure you've seen them. Those buttons you record with your voice that dogs can press to say things like food or play or outside. Some people even train their cats with them. Cookie is up to 20 buttons. Sometimes she'll hit nonsense sequences, of course, and she seems to think OUCH is a reaction to surprise. Also, I'm not sure she grasps the emotions mad, sad, and love you. Though on days when I'm curled up on my sofa crying from the stress at work, and she hits love you, of course, I want to believe she knows what it means. Even if she does, it still makes me feel better. But even though she's imperfect in talking with her paws, Cookie is well-trained and intentional, at least with her most tangible wants like outside and food. Though I'll admit it's annoying to be woken in the middle of the night with demands for food, food, food. Anyway, one night, I was woken up by the sound of my recorded voice from the living room. Stranger. This was followed by the pattering of Cookie's little paws, followed by stranger. Outside. I admit my heart skipped a beat. I lay in bed huddled under the blankets, reluctant to get up and investigate. For a long while, holding my breath, I lay there in silence. I listened to the dog's footsteps meander around in the main room. Finally, she pressed food a few times before coming back into the bedroom and curling up in her bed by the nightstand. In the morning, I checked around outside the house, but found no traces of anything unusual. I also did a Google search and laughed when I realized how many people have been spooked by their pets pressing stranger. I also creeped myself out with a story in the Daily Mirror of a woman whose dog pressed cold stranger. According to the article, the woman was spooked by her dog's warnings of this cold stranger in the corner of her living room. But in my case, Cookie wasn't warning me of any ghosts. One morning, she hit stranger before running to the door and growling. This was a correct usage of the button, as a UPS driver was outside. When the doorbell rang, she actually barked, something she rarely does. Her hackles raised, tail down and ears flat. I had to apologize to the driver as I accepted the package, and Cookie kept rumbling low and deep in her throat. I told her, go away, and she skulked off. Behind me somewhere, I heard the button for stranger again. Sorry, I told the driver, who was laughing. She doesn't like strange men. She sounds smart, then. Do those buttons actually work? He was intrigued. Outside. Yeah, she seems to know them pretty well, so... Food. Mad. Sometimes she presses them kind of randomly, too. I admitted, okay, well, she sounds mad and like she wants food. Have a good day. I don't know what Cookie's history was before being adopted, but she's always been leery of men, at least until they bribe her with her favorite thing, food. In any case, later that afternoon she pressed stranger again, and when I looked outside, there was a turkey in our front yard. That's when it struck me. The other night, Cookie must have seen a raccoon or some other animal that was a stranger to her. But then came the incident that made me rethink everything. I'd just come back from a visit with my parents, and as soon as Cookie and I walked in, her hackles raised. I was unloading bags when I heard, stranger, home. This sent a crawl of icy fingers up my spine. Cookie wasn't growling or barking, but she was unusually alert. Stranger where? I asked. When Cookie just looked at me, I repeated myself. She looked around the room, and then she trotted off to wander to the kitchen, came back out and went down the hall to the bedroom, came back to me and wandered over to the buttons. Smell. God, the chills I felt then. Did this mean there was a lingering smell of some stranger? Could it have been a strange animal? A squirrel that got in through the window, maybe? Or the smell of something I brought in from outside? I went walking around the house. No signs of forced entry, though I do keep a key under a flower pot that anyone with half a brain and determination to break in could probably find. It's a safe neighborhood, so I hadn't thought much of it. Now, though, I removed the key and decided I'd get a lockbox for the front door instead. After I found a footprint in the damp soil below the window, I also decided to install cameras. Cookie, meanwhile, had calmed down, and when I came back inside, I found her camped beside the food button. But the real reason I swear by these buttons and how beneficial they can be is because of what happened the next week. I was out doing some gardening and heard my name called by Greg, my supervisor at work. He was out jogging, and we struck up a conversation. He asked if he could have some water, and I let him in for a drink. And as usual, Cookie was growling, tail tucked and ears back just like with the delivery driver. I told her to go away, and she backed off, though wouldn't stop giving Greg the stink eye. He had made himself at home in the armchair by the TV area and was remarking on what a nice place I have and asking, "Is it just you here?" when I heard my recorded voice in the living room. Stranger. Smell. Now, the fact Greg had appeared on my street, casually jogging up the sidewalk, well, it had sent up some red flags. He'd always been a little creepy as a supervisor. Not enough to go to bring a complaint forward or anything, but enough that I felt awkward about seeing him on my street. So when Cookie pressed the button saying she smelled a stranger, it set my pulse racing. Could this be the same stranger she smelled on the day I found a footprint outside the window? I told Greg I had to take her out for a quick potty break. And while outside, I phoned a friend and asked him to pretend it was an emergency. I came back in with my friend shouting loudly enough on my phone for Greg to overhear, and I told him something had come up and I had to run. We both went outside, and I locked up and got in my car and waited until he was gone before I went back inside my house. I checked the cameras, wondering if I'd find evidence of him snooping around my house. But there was nothing. I assumed that my fears had been overblown, that maybe I had freaked out at Greg unfairly, and Cookie had pressed those buttons because she didn't like men. But 2 days later, the cameras caught him. On a Saturday afternoon when my car was gone, and I was obviously not home, Greg came strolling up my sidewalk. He looked around, seemingly trying to act casual, and then he went right to the potted plant, which he lifted, searching for the key. I felt nauseated watching the footage, and glad I had trusted my gut and Cookie's warnings about the bad vibes I was getting from him. I arranged to have the locks changed and a security system installed, and informed my neighbors to be on the lookout. I did some extra button practice with Cookie to make sure she'd alert me if necessary. When I informed my boss, Greg was immediately let go. He sent me some expletive-filled, threatening emails and messages accusing me of ruining his life, before I blocked him and filed a restraining order. That was all weeks ago. But the reason I'm writing about it now is because yesterday, Cookie hit the stranger button again. Of all buttons, that one always got a reaction from me. I immediately got up and asked her, "Stranger, where?" She turned a circle and whined, and then pressed home. That sent my pulse through the roof. I checked all through the house. No signs of intrusion. Nothing on camera either. My fluttering heart slowed. No stranger, I told her. She sulked and wandered away. She was out of sorts the rest of the evening. Then today, she hit the button again. Mad, she pushed. And then, stranger. Mad. It was nonsensical. I found myself trying to piece together meaning the way so many other owners do when their dogs use buttons in a way that doesn't make sense. Was she calling me a stranger because I haven't given her enough treats or pets lately? As in, don't be a stranger? But I knew that was a huge stretch. Was she saying she was mad because I wasn't listening to her about the stranger? Maybe, but there was no stranger. I checked everywhere, including the cameras. And then, because that button in particular always got me extra freaked out, I looked up Greg, just to make sure he hadn't resumed stalking me. I went to the socials, where it was clear from his recent posts he still definitely held a grudge. He'd made a bunch of rants blaming me for his life, spiraling ever since his job loss. Other posts claimed he had nothing left to live for, but the part that chilled me to the core, I found his obit. He ended his own life 2 days ago. My time ran out. In the hindsight, I can tell you this was my fault. All the way from the beginning till the end. I caused everything that happened to me and around me. I need you all to understand this isn't the way to live. This isn't a checklist of how to stop existing, how to avoid your problems. No, this is a warning. I could have stopped it. I could just live a normal life, grow old in peaceful place I finally had to myself. I was in charge, but it always had to end this way, as I can't really rely on my own memories. Much of this story I watched through eyes of others. Sometimes, though, they needed a bit of a push to act a certain way. So everything would end exactly as it always did, and as it always will. I was mumbling. I did that a lot. Usually it was, "I'm okay. I'll be okay. Everything will be okay." I mumbled some variation of this for probably 100th time since I got out of the hospital. It was a fact. I was okay, yet My mind constantly churned out ideas and what-ifs. Overanalyzed every smallest thing about my body. Questions poured out from my mind back into it, an infinite loop of doom. Did that weird pull I felt meant that stitches gave out? Was that slightly icy feeling under the wound something to worry over? Was the small bump on the far end of cut always there? Could having pocket of limb sloshing around under their slowed down healing, or could turn into infection? And what were those bumps that I assumed were scabs, but when I touched them were soft and squishy? So I pushed itself past my tightly pressed lips. I already walked quite the distance away from my home, but being deep in thought, I didn't notice it, despite knowing I did everything just as Nurse told me to. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right with my body. I would start physiotherapy in just 2 days, so the lymph aspect of my worries would be taken care of. Doctors and nurses alike told me everything seemed to heal just fine. I just had to walk a lot and drink a bit more water than recommended. And I had to change my own dressing, which turned out to be the biggest pain in the ass for my mental stability. Everything will resolve itself in my favor, I muttered, although I didn't hear it over the music blasting in my headphones. Slowly melting snow crunched under my feet as I turned on a less busy road. Usually I passed the last few houses much faster than this, only slowing down when steel fences turned into taller bushes. Neat lawns gave way to unkempt meadow, and lamp posts became skinny trees bending over narrow road. Not now, though. I had to move much slower, put my body into grandpa gear, so to say, 1 foot in front of the other, step after step, trying to think about anything other than my health. I looked around curiously. I couldn't remember the last time I walked through the forest during such snowy winter. Hell, I couldn't remember when snow even stayed on the ground for more than 2 days at a time. Everything seemed lifeless, yet peaceful. Skinny trees woven into colorful ceilings during every other season now looked like a bunch of shitty scarecrows trying to grab each other. No bird sang. No squirrel jumped between scarecrows up high. No deer ran by. Time seemed to stop, as if I was the last person alive. Scarecrows gave way to open sky on my left. Patch of treeless earth kept as a meadow by the owner. Mere 50 yards of the road leading to the forest. That's where I usually like to go. Before I took another step, my eyes scanned white fluff covering the ground for any path I could walk on. Few strings of animal footprints crossed each other, with one continuous snowmobile track slaloming over them. I chose the last one. Only a few feet ahead, one set of tracks, clearly bigger than the others, but not as big as snowmobiles, caught my eye. Looked to be a few days old. Snow around it caved in a bit. Details disappeared, smoothed over by wind and slightly higher temperatures. Only general shape remained. Boot, on the bigger side. I put my foot down next to the print, but because of the cave and snow, it was impossible to compare them accurately. I looked ahead where a set of prints seemed to lead and shrugged. Might as well. Stepping into someone else's footprints seemed a bit like a game. For a second, I let myself to guess person's face, how they carried themselves, where they worked at, what were their favorite snacks, wondering where they might be in that moment. My daydreaming died horrible death the moment I saw where the tracks led me. I turned my head to see where I came from. Straight line ran diagonally through the meadow. If the trend continued as is, they must have originated in the forest. Slowly I looked at the prints in front of him and took another step. And another, and another. Snow reached the middle of my calf by now. Yet I pressed on, between large boulder and shrubs, around another, bigger shrub where footprints seemed to go straight through, then up man-made hill. Heavy heart beat slowly, bruising my ribs from the inside. Before surgery, I walked those paths so much it was basically my home. My body knew how to get down from the hill, where to go between young trees, which path to take to not have to bend in front of the nature's low ceilings, and knew instinctively when to stop. By that point, heart was in my throat, still beating with the same force. It made my vision blurry, doubling and tripling. Panic overtook my whole being, made me run. Crisp February air burned my throat to ash as I tripped over my own legs just to get the hell out of there. I keep telling you, dash! I paused to take another shaky breath. Those footprints led from the forest to our back fence. You know damn well I'm the only one who walks there. Not old Sam's flower patch. Sure, but the rest? You know no one else steps foot beyond the boulder. Still, there's a real possibility of someone new checking out the surrounding land. Karen set a mug of hot tea in front of me before pulling out the chair on the other side of the table for herself. With Newhouse popping up every 2 or 3 months, it would be statistically impossible that no one would walk on the land behind your fence. Ripples appeared on tea's surface and stayed there long after my hands wrapped themselves around the mug. My eyes looked, but didn't see anything. Yeah. Karen raised her eyebrows. Clever joke or comment about how I never agreed with what she's saying probably already formed in her head. Yeah. But no one would walk out straight from the forest, make a beeline toward the fence, and then decide to hop over to what? Go up almost to the terrace doors and disappear. Unseeing eyes focused as they looked up at pale, freckled face of my best friend. I walked around, checked out everything. Nothing was stolen or even moved. But those footprints stopped mid-step, didn't turn back. There was no dash. Ion. Karen's strained voice made me stop. There are 4 people living in this house, including you. Each of us regularly bring wood from the shed, play with Cherry, or do basic maintenance on the outside. For people and a dog could, and probably did, stomp over those leading back. Okay, and what about someone trespassing? Doesn't that scare you? It took her a second to reply. It does, a little bit. But probably not as much as the state of my mental health did. It was probably a one-time thing, though. From back there, you can't really see the house, only back of the shed. I felt his light disappear from my eyes, jaw clenched ever so slightly. I mean, look how many landowners put up fences just to try and preserve as much of the trees and their own property from being destroyed by kids on quads and bikes. Maybe someone thought it was another one of those, but was proven wrong, so they left. Messy hair covered my hands as I hid my face in them. Quiet sniffle tore itself out of my chest. My fingers gripped mop of thinning hair in desperation. I know how it all sounds. Quiet whimper, like that a traumatized old dog, slithered around my neck and tightened around it. I know, all right? But it was my gut telling me something's wrong. You know I wouldn't cause a scene without a reason. You know how accurate my gut instinct is. Yes, I'm aware. Sometimes it scares me, to be completely honest. Untouched tea became ice cold before Karen managed to calm me down enough to reason with me. We already had doorbell camera. It wouldn't hurt to invest into security system with even more cameras. Karen put out my weak refusals. She offered to help me out with it, financially. I know you're in a not-so-good place right now, even with us paying our share of the bills. She was right. Months of countless tests strained my relationship with my bank account, not to mention hours of unpaid leave I had to take because of those same tests. Now at least 3 months without work loomed over me like a hungry dog desperate enough to eat me alive. I agreed. Karen told me to not worry about a thing. She would take care of it all. I would just have to sign the papers. I had to. It was my house after all. In less than a week, all possible firms providing the service were researched. Karen eliminated them one by one, finally presenting me with the one she chose. I just agreed. I trusted her with my life. Signing papers felt easy. 2 men came to install motion sensors on all windows and doors. And cameras. There were so many cameras. It didn't make any sense to try and watch anything on my phone. Looking through the footage was barely manageable on my laptop too. But if I wanted to feel better about safety, Karen said with slight frown, I would have to get used to it. I agreed. Nothing else happened. Nothing. Yet I still dreaded going downstairs after dark. Even with a flashlight, I had to physically resist the urge to bolt back into my room. Didn't matter if I was with someone or not. There were eyes glued to the back of my head at all times. Slimy, gross feeling, unnaturally warm. As if countless eyeballs got stuck to his skin, burrowed under my hair, wormed its way down my collar. Maybe you have to get used to the cameras around the house? Amwancha suggested as he cracked open yet another can of energy drink. Bloodshot eyes traced letters on the page, but no words formed in his mind. I watched my equally exhausted friend slam his textbook shut. Deep sighs sounded like an avalanche in the silent, empty house. Another wave of rocks fell as Amwancha grumbled something under his breath. Beads decorating few of his countless small braids clanked against each other as he shook his head. Listen, man, I really sympathize with what's the word for it in English? Damn it, I'm too tired for this. I'm really sorry for what you're going through, but I can't babysit you like this all the time. My research doesn't go the way I want. I have to find the mistake I'm making, or I don't know, change my methods. I can't watch over a fully grown man each evening. I agreed. My friend and housemate was right. I knew he was. It hurt nonetheless. Didn't hurt enough to ward off the eyes. Shiver ran down my spine. Muscles tensed. Body pushed forcibly back into panic mode. I was ready to run, to hide, to fight even. With my back to the glass terrace door, I could picture something peering in from near total darkness. Each finger a little longer than the last one grab jam outside. Ghostly white face slowly appeared from behind the wall. Forehead a little too tall, eyes a little too wide. Was it smiling? Thinking about using thin, bony finger to slash my throat? Thinking about sneaking in, maybe through crack in the window or between the bricks, to lay on the floor and bathe in the pool of his blood, like sparrow bathing in sand? Something moved in the reflection of turned-off TV. My heart seemed to beat in my head. Brain pushed on both lungs, not letting them fully extend. I whipped his head around, ready to meet eyes a little too big, too empty to be human. No one was there. Amwancha barely suppressed a annoyed sigh. Cherry isn't barking. No one is there. No one was there. No one. And nothing moved. A trick of the light, maybe. Or my brain registered wrong movement in my head. What a mess. Sharp scream stabbed my brain, startling it awake. I gasped as my eyes opened. Yelling continued, almost sending me into cardiac arrest. Jumbled, incoherent words didn't make any sense. I looked at my closed door, frozen in fear. Furious barking, like a continuous crack of a whip, pushed me out of bed. I felt around in the darkness for at least my boxers. Fucking hell. I couldn't go out without any clothes on. Sirens sounded a bit closer now. I fell out of my room, almost tumbled down the stairs. Front door stood wide open. Cold air slithered inside. Licked my skin first, then meat and veins, then bones. It brought overbearing stench as an unwanted gift. Threads of black smoke tried to curl inside just to be shut out by front door. Orange hues of the dancing inferno made everything look as if someone cranked contrast on a photo all the way up. Preliminary report of case No.50946/03 Port House, 33 Treffernan Road, Morta. Reporting Constable A. Lafflingham, March 5th, 2026. At approximately 3:40 a.m. dispatch informed units about an explosion at 33 Treffernan Road. The caller described being woken up by the, quoting, loud hissing sound. She noticed bright orange glow outside her window. Explosion followed. See, Attachment 1, transcript of 112 call. I arrived at the scene at 3:44 a.m., noting that caller was right. Burning cars stood in the driveway, away from the other two vehicles. I made sure there was no immediate danger to human life or the fire spreading to the house and other vehicles before setting a perimeter. One of the occupants, young woman who placed 112 call, when asked about pets, notified me about a dog and 10 chickens. All animals have been accounted for, locked safely in respective outdoor areas. As instructed by Chief L. Manning, I have to give my reasoning for this action. I asked about livestock and checked the security of their respective areas to be sure no panicked animal ran near the fire, which in turn might cause their owner to try retrieving them and getting injured in the process. This action helped me and my colleagues focus on our work and ensure that later firefighters would not have to rescue burning animals. Fire Brigade Unit arrived at approximate 4 o'clock a.m. See Attachment 2, fire engine footage. Fire containment lasted 1 hour and 53 minutes. See Attachment 3, police cruiser footage. Despite his opinion that the risk of car reigniting after that point was minimal, Captain K. June ordered the car in immediate area to be additionally treated with foam-type fire extinguisher in case of remnants of flammable liquids still being present in the vicinity. Captain K. June decided to stay behind to start the investigation, letting his team go back and rest. As I was first on the scene, Captain K. June asked me to assist. Preliminary report in full in attachment 4. Summary. Captain K. June found traces of accelerator under the car. Further analysis needed to determine the type of accelerator used. Man-made hole visible on the dorsal side of the gas tank. Malicious intent suspected. Each occupant was asked to give their statements. See Attachments 5-8. Further investigation needed to determine cause of the incident as well as the culprit. Transcript of conversation with Ms. Karen Keeley on February 5th, 2026. Present. Constable A. Lafflingham, Sergeant J. Squirch. A.L. Thank you for coming, Miss Keeley. K.K. Of course. Anything to help you catch that son of a... A.L. Yes, we understand frustration. So, you were the one making 112 call. Is that correct? K.K. Yes. A.L. Can you tell us what happened? From the moment you woke up, through the call, and until police arrived. J.S. No need to hesitate, Miss Keeley. K.K. Okay, but I already told you all about it. A.L. I know. We usually ask people to recall the events twice. Sometimes more. You'd be surprised how much more people remember the second time. J.S. What Constable wanted to say was, right after the event takes place, people are full of adrenaline, usually can't recall details. That's what we're asking you to do here. K. Okay, right, sure. I woke up and heard this loud hissing. It honestly sounded a bit like a wheezing of an asthmatic. A.L. Outside or inside? Sigh can be heard. JS later identifies it as her own. K. I couldn't tell at first. I was half asleep, you know? But then I saw orange hue on my wall. Oh. Backboard presses against the wall where window is. That's why I saw the opposite wall first. So I got up to see what it was. I looked out the window to see the car already on fire. I grabbed my phone. A.L. Where was it? /silence the phone, I mean. K. Next to my pillow. /silence I grabbed my phone. I remember I already started to shake a bit. Nerves, right? I had my phone against my ear like this, and I looked out the window. I remembered something I read once. Or maybe I heard it during one of safety lectures in school. Doesn't matter much. I knew I had to get away from the window in case of the explosion. And thank God I did. Because as soon as I started closing the door to my room, the car blew up. Around that time, operator picked up. A.L. Where is your room? /silence. Tired sigh. Again, J.S. /ground floor. Upstairs? K. Oh, ground floor. A.L. Okay. Thank you. Continue. K. There's not much more to say, really. Guys woke up. As I talked to the operator, I heard one running down the stairs. Seth screamed. Oh, by one I meant Amwancha. For the record. So, I heard Seth scream from his room before he met us downstairs. I was scared to go out, but both Juan and Seth wanted to try spraying the car with water from a hose. They managed to get the back of the house when the first tire popped, and they both ran inside without doing anything. Then police showed up, asked if anyone was injured, asked about our pets, and looked if they were locked away. Miss Keeley clears her throat. Can I get some water, please? J.S. Of course. I'll be right back. Door opens and closes. 8.L. In the meantime, can you tell me something about the owner of the car? Mr. Ion Pick. K.K. Depend what you want to know. Private life? Work life? Social life? 8.L. Let's start from the top. From what we've gathered, he's both the owner of the car and the house with surrounding land. Is that correct? K.K. Yes. 8.L. What's your relationship with him? Doors open and closes. J.S. Here's your water, miss. Brief silence. Miss Keeley sighs. K.K. Thank you. What was the question? Oh, my relationship with Ion, right? We've met in college, dated very briefly, but it didn't work out. We've been best friends since. L. How did Mr. Pick came into possession of a plot of land this big? How could he afford it at just 20 years old? K. Family money from what he told me. Not that his family is rich or anything. It's hard to explain. His family lives in a small village on the other side of the country. Name of it escapes me right now. Pick family's roots grew deep. They lived there for many generations. Many men from the family held important positions in the community. Over the years, they acquired a lot of land around the village, mostly woods. Ion's family life was complicated, to say the least. He hates his father, to be completely honest, but his father wanted to keep him close. Probably thought officially gifting him a fairly large plot of land would make it happen. Ion sold it as soon as he could and never looked back. That's where the money came from. That's why I said family money. J.S. That clears up a lot. Thank you, Miss Keeley. Mr. Pick's father didn't want to talk to us about his son, so we couldn't get this information straight from the source. K. Oh, yeah? They haven't talked for many years now. 8.L. Would you say his father would want to harm him? K. I wouldn't go that far. I don't personally know the man, but it wouldn't make any sense to start acting now, after all those years. A.L. Is there anyone that would want to hurt Mr. Pick? Or cause him financial distress, maybe? K. Not that I can think of. No. He doesn't have enemies, if that's what you're asking. J.S. Not enemies per se, Miss Keeley. Did he mention anyone he got into an argument with, however minor it was? Some people don't need much to try and seek revenge. K. I know that, but I can't think about anyone like this. Ion rarely left home in... Wait! When was it? Beginning of February. So about 3 months now. J. What happened? K. Surgery. Doctor found mass in his stomach. J. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. K. It's nothing. Sorry. It turned out to be nothing. But you know exactly where our minds went when they told him about the mass. It took 2 months to rule out any kind of cancer. It was suppurated lymph node. 1 surgery, and he's good as new. Later, J.S. mentions that it was here she took control of the interrogation. You don't seem to be happy that it turned out to be nothing as you said. K. No, I am happy. I truly am. It hurts, you know? He's my best friend. I thought he was going to die. He thought he was going to die. He became extremely paranoid all of a sudden. Anxiety attacks didn't help either. He was reduced to a ball of stress and tears. And fear. J.S. Is that why he reacted the way he did? K.K. I suppose so. I mean, having a car burning right in front of your house is one very stressful thing. Especially if you're the owner, not just living there. It's completely other thing that he lived in constant stress for the last 6 months at least. Or 5, sorry. J.S. What's his relationship with other housemates? K.K. They're friendly with each other. One is closer to me than him, but they're not disliking each other. Seth is, how do I say this? Seth can be a bit odd at times, but still, he's not unpleasant to be around. If one of them was acting in a bad way towards Ion, he never told me. J.S. Did they fight? K.K. Sometimes, yes. But who doesn't? It never was serious enough fight that anyone considered moving out. Transcript the conversation with Mr. Onwanchakashal on March 5th, 2026. Present. Constable A. Lafflingham, Sergeant J. Squirch. A.L. Thank you for taking time to talk to us, Mr. Caushal. O.K. It's really tragic what happened. Do you have any leads? J.S. We can't comment on that just yet. We're still waiting for full report from Fire Brigade. O.K. All right. Okay. Sure. What can I help you with then? A.L. We have timeline of events almost ready. Please read this and tell us if you remember something differently. J.S. For the recording, Constable Lafflingham handed Mr. Caushal a copy of official timeline of events. Remember, you have to say those things out loud, just in case. A.L. Yes, of course. Thank you. Longer pause. O.K. Yes, this is basically how I remember it. Of course, the beginning is a bit different from Karen's. Explosion woke me up around the time she was already talking to the operator. Yes, but the rest matches up. A.L. What is your relationship with Mr. Pick? O.K. He's the owner of the house I live in. A.L. Not a friend? O.K. I wouldn't go as far to say that. No. He's not a bad guy. Not annoying or anything. We just don't have common interests or hobbies. I have little to no free time anyway. So maybe we just didn't have enough time to get to know each other properly. A.L. How long have you been living at 33 Treffernan Road? O.K. I moved in at the beginning of June last year. A.L. Ms. Keeley said you two are closer than you are with Mr. Pick. O.K. I'm pursuing her romantically, yes. A.L. That was rather direct statement. O.K. I want to be as clear as possible. If I'm not, then you could think I'm hiding something. If police thinks I'm hiding something, my degree and validity of research could be in danger, and I could lose student visa, which would make me an illegal immigrant. J.S. This was an attack on you, Mr. Caushal. O.K. I know. A.L. Did you hear Mr. Pick mention anyone that he argued with or maybe he felt threatened? O.K. I didn't hear that from him. A.L. So, there is someone after all? O.K. I don't know. I only said that he didn't tell me anything. Karen did. I doubt it holds any weight here. J.S. Whatever it is, no matter how absurd it might seem to you, please, tell us. O.K. She probably told you that Ion became more paranoid than before, right? A.L. Yes, we know about the medical troubles. J.S. than before? O.K. Yes. He had paranoid tendencies before his health declined. It wasn't as intense, but I sometimes caught him running up the stairs because he felt like he was being watched. He once described it as if shadows had claws and tried to catch him. A.L. You said you aren't friends. This seems like something you'd say to a friend, no? O.K. I just asked about his weird behavior, and he answered. I thought he was doing drugs at first, so wanted to clear that up, and no, to my knowledge, he never did any drugs. But I digress. After trouble with his health started, he became unbearable sometimes. Mood swings, panic attacks. Paranoia turned all the way up. Now shadows didn't only have claws. They had eyes. And everything else had eyes too. He constantly felt watched. After the official diagnosis and confirmation that it wasn't cancer after all, his mental state seemed to improve little by little. But then, it was late February, I think, he came running home, despite the fact that doctors said he couldn't run for now due to post-surgery wound on his stomach. Karen told me how he was trembling, unable to speak for at least 10 minutes. And then he started rambling about footsteps he saw in the snow, that they led from the forest straight to the back fence, and they continued on his land. Supposedly, they ended right by the terrace, right after Karen helped him find someone trustworthy to put up cameras all over the house. A.L. Did they ask your permission? O.K. Yes. I didn't like it, but it's better than him going crazy over slightest noise or weirdly moving shadow. Transcript the conversation with Mr. Sean Johnson on May 5th, 2026. Present. Constable A. Lafflingham, Sergeant J. Squirch. S.J. I didn't do anything. A.L. No one says that. S.J. Just making sure to say it after you started recording. A.L. I'm handing you timeline of the events. Please, read it carefully and tell us if you'd like to add or change something. Longer pause. S.J. This is exactly how I remember it. A.L. Ms. Keeley told us you were screaming after the explosion happened. S.J. And wouldn't you? I don't have window to the front of the house. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. A.L. What's your relationship with Mr. Pick? S.J. Friends. A.L. How long have you been living at 33 Treffernan Road? S.J. Couple years. Can't remember exactly. A.L. Since you described the relationship as friends, can you tell us where did he get the money needed to buy the house and the land? S.J. You think he did something illegal? A.L. No one is saying that. J.S. We have to chase any lead we can, Seth. You know that. And a seemingly not well-off 20-year-old buying a land this size without taking a loan is a bit sketchy. It could be connected. S.J. It's been, 15, 16 years? How could it be connected? J.S. That's what we're trying to figure out. Can you answer the question? Do you, or do you not, know where you got the money? S.J. You can ask him yourself. That's my answer. A.L. Did Mr. Pick mention anyone wanted to harm him? Or maybe he argued with someone? S.J. No. A.L. No. S.J. No. He didn't mention anything about that. A.L. What can you tell us about his mental state? S.J. I'm not a doctor. J.Des. But you are his friend, as you said yourself. Did he seem different than usual? S.J. Anyone would, considering he spent 2 months thinking he had cancer. A.L. Did he do any drugs in his life? S.J. Again, you should ask him, not me. I'm not his caretaker. J.S. But you're his friend. S.J. Friends of secrets too. J.S. You seem to be quite nervous. S.J. I am. I don't have anything else to add. Karen probably said everything you need to know. I want to go now. Report made by expert technician Sergeant H. O'Connor, July 5th, 2026. Cameras with night vision and motion capture systems from Redacted, installed by the same company on March 4th. Specifics of the devices and software in Attachment 1. Description of the recording from camera number 3 at 33, Treffernan Road, Poorhouse. Recording starts at 3:23 a.m. with a view of the driveway and parking spaces situated between the front yard and front of the house. A bit of front yard is showing at the top. 3 cars stand side by side in relatively equal distances from each other. Dark figure steps into view from the direction of the front door. Figure is blurry. Looks like it's floating. Possible connections with dance groups or magicians. Took 3 steps to get to the car later identified as owned by Mr. Pick, Nissan Almera, 2004. Picture from before the fire and attachment to. Figure seems to be quite large, definitely taller than the car, approximately third or even half of their body is showing. They stand motionless next to the driver's door for 2 minutes and 13 seconds, according to the time displayed on the top right of the recording. Then the figure lifts up what seems like their left arm and places palm of the hand on the roof. Car disappears from its place, appears in the driveway. Possible camera malfunction or in-system issue, so-called glitch. Time in the upper right corner didn't change with the glitch. Clock somehow wasn't affected. Expert technician works on the possible explanation. Only 4th of the car shows on the camera after the glitch. No camera angle available with view of the whole driveway. Figure not in view. At 3:31 a.m. flash of light can be seen under Nissan Almera. Cameras are not equipped with microphone. Hissing described by Ms. K. Kelly cannot be verified. Smoke appeared on camera at 3:33 a.m. Source of light, possibly fire, is off camera, but can be theorized that by this point, fire grew bigger as the glow spread under the car. At 3:38 a.m. explosion occurred. Can be heard on the recording of 112 call. Police cruiser arrived at 3:44 a.m. The rest of the recording from all cameras confirmed statements made by occupants, as well as Constable A. Lafflingham. Further examination of footage from all cameras needed to determine where did the figure came from and where it went after starting fire. Additional examination of footage from February advised a check for a person Mr. Pick said trespassed on his land. Hi, Lafflingham. Yes, and who is it? Oh, sorry. It's June firefighter from that burning car. All right. Good evening, Captain. No need be so formal with me. I'm still not used to the new title. Okay, noted. What's up then? Man, you sure switch up quick. Listen, I'm calling to tell you about the accelerator used to light up poor guy's car. Yeah, Chief Manning wonder when the report will come in. He won't see it for another week. But you're saying Dash. Yeah, I know what it is. But there's something more I have to check. Something in this case doesn't sit right with me. Okay, then I'm all ears. That's the spirit. Listen, you were the first one on the scene, right? You didn't notice anything weird. If I did, I would write that in my report, which you got too. Or did Susie forgot to send it? No, I got it. That's why I'm calling. To see if you left something out of your report. No, I wrote everything exactly as I remembered it. Okay, but you walked around the property. No one else did, correct? Did you see anything out of the ordinary that you wouldn't think to write in the report? Something seemingly mundane, not connected to the case? It could be anything. Anything that seemed out of place. Let me think. I don't think so. I walked up to the 2 occupants already standing out in the front of the house. I asked if anyone was hurt. They said they didn't think so. Owner came out, had a breakdown Dash. Yeah, this for example. Wasn't that a bit odd? Not really. His housemates told us about cancer scare he had. It completely fucked with his head, you know? Panic attacks. Paranoid tendencies blossom under stress too. He was also sure someone jumped the fence and just waltzed right up the house back in February. Thinks this might be the same person. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I feel bad I assumed he overreacted, or was just bad actor. I mean, we did too, until his best friend shed some light. on the circumstances. What else? What did you do after talking to people living there? Walk me through it. Describe everything you remember. This is starting to freak me out a bit. What did you find? If I tell you this now, it might impact what you remember. Might create false memories, sort of. Yeah. Okay. Right. You're being weird. What I found is even weirder. Chop chop, police boy. Tell me what you saw. All right. I talked to the occupants. No one was hurt. The owner had a breakdown. I asked about animals. The girl was comforting the owner. Other guy, huge black dude, told me Mr. Pick had a dog and they all shared chickens. So I went to check. Oh, before that I set a perimeter, but you already saw everything out front dash. Yeah, I'm more curious about the back of the property. Figured. On the left, close to the fence, there was roofing over a fuckton of thick planks. Behind that I found the dog they told me about. It had quite big area to itself. Fenced off with sturdy steel grate. Looked a bit like a prison bars. Not gonna lie. A little to the right, few meters behind the terrace, was a chicken coop inside even larger fence-off area. Both were locked tight. To the right of the chickens is big, unfinished. How do I describe it? Farm building or something dash. A barn. No, not a barn. It's concrete floor. Instead of walls, there's few concrete pillars holding up a roof. I didn't look inside too much because, I only went back there to see the animals, right? But I passed by this building and saw it was just full of junk. I'm talking empty paint cans full of nails and screws, big rusted red van furniture, firewood, and so much power tools dash. Yeah, you sure didn't look too much, right? Well, I wanted to see if any chickens escaped. Sure. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Not really. The guy told us his housemate likes to restore furniture, so he brings home everything interesting he finds near garbage areas. What about the red van? It's registered under his name too, but he lends it to furniture guys sometimes when he wants to move his finished pieces somewhere else. At least that's what he told me. Okay, man, you gotta tell me what you're looking for here. Last question. Did you see anything that looked like a press? Might be old-timey, wooden bucket with handles sticking out of it. Might be more modern, probably electric, sort of like hydraulic press, but much smaller. No, if something like this was there, it was thoroughly hidden. Your turn to talk, because I'm so fucking lost right now, you have no idea. I told you about the accelerator right away. There was huge black splotch right under the gas tank. Do you remember what I said then? About the tank. It had a hole in it. Looked man-made. Yeah, exactly. This is what's weird in all of this. This was a benzene car, right? This is important. Because we didn't find any trace of the benzene there. There was no gas whatsoever. But the accelerant, you said dash. There was an accelerant. A shitting of it, mind you. At first, we assumed someone drilled small hole in the tank and used the leaking fuel to light it up. But no, once again, there was no petrol on the ground. I found one weird-looking splotch with you that night. The next day, I came back with special equipment and such. Outside, nothing weird. Just another car burned to the crisp. It was when we moved the car, it got interesting. There was another splotch on the front of the car. No petrol there, too. Whatever the accelerator was. It left weird goo all over the driveway. If there was no petrol, then how did the car burn like this? And what was the explosion? Petrol isn't the only flammable thing in cars. As soon as the fire got under the hood, it was over. Oil in the engine. Some windshield washer fluids are flammable too. Once something inside catches fire, it's hard to stop it from spreading. The explosion could be popping up from the heat. Could be emergency petrol canister somewhere in the car. That's what I thought at first. But the burn pattern indicated that the explosion happened on driver's seat. Unusual place for the canister or any other bottle of highly flammable liquid or gas, don't you think? Yeah, if it was on the passenger side, you could think it was spare can of engine oil or even can of hairspray. But driver's seat, exactly. Especially since it was not even liquid. It was few cans of compressed air. Hello? Yeah, I'm here. It's just, what? How often do you find something like this? Not the first time, but it is unusual. My men found remnants of the can. Generic compressed air. What about the accelerator? You asked so many questions about it, and now you're talking about the explosion. Seed cake. What? This was the accelerator. Seed cake. That's why I asked about press. Seed cake is what's left after pressing oils out of seeds. They have chickens. Those could be fed with seeds of some kind. Mostly some sort of grain or leftover vegetables. But seeds too. If you saw anything similar to any kind of press, we could theorize it was inside job. Do you need me to get a warrant? If you do, it won't be easy only with your theory in hand. No, not yet at least. I still have to finish the report. Maybe I'll go there to look around myself. I think they trust firefighters more than any kind of police. From Alaflingham at Metro.com to Jess Squeerks at Metro.com. Title, Break-in at Port House. Possible connection with case No.50946/03. Good day, madam. I received an information from one of the patrol officers about yesterday's disturbance at Port House. She just started writing a report, but I thought you might want to know about it sooner. Dispatch informed units about possible break-in February 6th, 2026 at 11:03 p.m. Pick went downstairs to refill his water bottle. Found terrace doors wide open. He asked everyone in the house if they left it open. They all said no. Just to be sure, he looked at security footage. At about 10:20 p.m., he saw a dark figure walk out of the basement. It went toward the kitchen, did a loop around support pillars, and went out through the terrace doors. He panicked, called 112. Responding officers looked at the footage to verify Pick's claim. They checked out the basement, collected fingerprints from the handles of both basement and terrace doors. We need to rule out occupants' fingerprints, so they'll come in to officially give them to us along with a copy of security footage. I'm sure Sergeant O'Connor is thrilled to watch another few hours of nothing. This time the figure walked closer to the cameras with slightly better lighting. So there's a possibility this is a breakthrough we need in this case. Hope you feel better now, madam. If I can do anything to help, please don't hesitate to call me. C.A. Laflingham. The Scrap Man, as an intern for a small, busy local news outlet. I rarely was able to indulge my interest in the supernatural or occult. With my often limited free time, I would frequent online forums detailing encounters with the otherworldly, eager to apply my journalistic skills and learn more. By sheer chance, I became friends with another forum member and occult enthusiast named Charlie, and even more fortunate that he offered me the opportunity one had been searching for. The first chance I was able to, I hopped on a plane and flew across the Atlantic. Charlie had lived in the same large town for the majority of his life. Although the place itself was entirely unremarkable in every sense of the word, he described a period of 2 months in his childhood during the 90s that left a wound in the town's history that would never truly heal. The events, to the best of his recollection, began with a simple saying, "Don't be bad or you'll be Scrapman's new toy." Who created the concept of Scrapman will remain forever unknown, but somehow it became the new boogeyman amongst the children in the town, spreading like wildfire, to the point even the parents picked it up and used the saying. The Scrapman itself was never given a concrete form, varying wildly from a fully autonomous machine to a serial killer with mechanical augmentations, but it was universally agreed upon that it was a malevolent entity. What made Scrapman stranger was that there had never been a mention of anything like it in local folklore or history of the town or its surrounding settlements. As such, it was dismissed as an odd trend that would eventually die out. This would have been the case if not for first toy robot to appear on an unsuspecting family's door overnight. The toy, shoddily made with pieces of scrap metal bent and welded together, featured a small button and speaker that when activated let out a wet, garbled static. Initially treated as a prank, the sentiment would soon change as over the following weeks, each day a different family would wake to their own small mechanical surprise at their door, each sporting an equally unintelligible cry. Some other events had been transpiring simultaneously to the appearance of the toys. Much of this information I had gathered from old newspaper clippings, as well as a now retired officer who had been assigned to the case at the time. The officer, known as Scott, was at first reluctant to discuss the events with an outsider, understandably. It was from a combination of my persistence and a significant sum of my current savings that Scott eventually relented and provided another perspective on the story. As he was recounting his experience, I saw that Scott never looked up as he spoke. His voice filled with regret and remnants of fear left to stew. Roughly the same time the toys had started appearing, wildlife rangers in the nearby forest had been reporting an increase in unusual deaths of the local fauna. Scott recalls writing in his reports that the unfortunate animals had been viciously torn apart. However, increasingly peculiar was that the autopsies for each animal noted clean extractions of organs and bones. Something, appeared to be harvesting body parts. As time progressed, the townsfolk would continue to awaken to new robots outside their doors. In contrast to the awful quality figures at the start, the toys now appear to be a better make. Each iteration turned up with sleeker, cleaner metallic coats. The speakers that came with them, however, remained incomprehensible until they weren't. To the grim surprise of some unfortunate families, some robot speakers worked perfectly. Each sound recording lasted around 2 minutes and was always of their child mid-conversation with family or friends, completely oblivious to the odd mechanical breathing and scraping. The mood turned sour quickly, and soon enough people had set up cameras intent on catching the culprit leaving the toys. The police also became further involved. Seeking a lead for what had previously been a public nuisance now turned to a serious harassment case. The whole situation would reach a boiling point a month and a half after the first toy appeared, when the body of a child was found in the middle of the road one morning. The body would have been completely unrecognizable had it not been for the name tag and the clothes they were wearing. Alongside them lay a robot, though not the new well-made models, but a sharp and rusty malformed figure. The speakers completely dead. Upon deconstructing the robots, organic matter belonging to the victim was shown to have been used in its creation. All toys were collected as evidence and were never seen by the public again. This tragedy would repeat itself twice more before the townsfolk could take no more. They marched through the town and forest in search of any evidence of the identity of the culprit, to no avail. In the end, the robot stopped appearing and the investigation wavered. All leads led to a dead end, and eventually most of the town would move on from the events. As my available time was drawing to an end, I would pay respect to the victims' graves alongside Scott and Charlie before returning home, resolving myself to come back in the future and seek answers for myself and the others who had suffered. As I reached the entrance of my flat, I found a small robotic figure outside my door. The world narrowed around it. I stood frozen in fear. After several minutes, I tentatively pushed the button upon its chest. My voice, a conversation, one I did not record, and beneath it, a slow metallic wheezing, almost like laughter. Alright, that's all the stories for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and hope you had a relaxing time. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Good night, everyone. He's been weighing me down my whole life. His name is Mr. Millie. I found it when I was real little. Just a kid playing in the dirt in the backyard, poking roly-polies and digging up earthworms. After lifting up a muddy rock nestled between two sprouts of monkey grass, a little brown-black centipede crawled out onto my palm. I eyeballed its tiny legs with curiosity, not knowing then what it was. Its digits pitter-patted up my forearm, tickling me. I ran to my mother, who was sitting out on the porch. When I tried to show it to her, she told me plainly that she didn't know what it was. She didn't see anything. When I pressed further, her eyes went wide, and she excitedly acknowledged a bug. I was happy then, not realizing until later that she only thought I had a new imaginary friend. It wasn't long before the centipede ran the rest of the way up my arm, slithering beneath the sleeve of my shirt. Its slender legs danced across my skin as it traveled onto my back. When I went back to my bedroom, I removed my shirt and watched over my shoulder into the mirror as the little bug nestled itself over my spine. My pudgy kid fingers struggled to reach behind me and pull it off, instead feeling the pointy feet press into my skin. I don't remember hurting back then, just tickling away that I enjoyed the sensation of. My new friend stayed there, occasionally crawling around higher or lower, sometimes on my shoulder or the back of my neck. From then on, a few weeks after finding it, I learned what a millipede was in a picture book. That's when I named him Mr. Millie. I realized he was a centipede a short while later, but the name stuck. Of course, as any kid would, I tried to tell other kids about him, teachers too. Nobody seemed to recognize him. There was even a point around 4th grade where my parents had me see a psychiatrist. Mr. Millie was dismissed as a figment of my mind that I'd soon grow out of. The first time I felt something off was when I entered the 6th grade at a new school. We were all introducing ourselves in math class. When it was my time to stand, I felt a sharp sting in the center of my back, causing me to yelp out, thinking I had been poked by someone with a pencil. The students laughed at me as I rubbed my back. The familiar warmth of embarrassment creeped up my cheeks, and I went on with my day timidly. When I got home that afternoon, my mom asked me all the questions you'd expect a mom to ask after the first day at a new school. I told her about the incident in math class, and she told me off, scolded me about needing to grow up. She didn't want to hear any more about Mr. Millie. After the lecture, I went to my room and removed my shirt to inspect him. That was the first time I realized he had grown. I was shocked. He was now as wide as my spine, and at least 8 or 9 inches in length. I really started to feel his weight after that, gripping onto my spine with his pointy legs, each one pulling my skin and pinching it to keep hold. My scrawny hands attempted to remove him, just as I had when I was younger. My fingers wrapped around his warm, hard exoskeleton, and I tugged hard. He dug deeper into my skin as a response, and I felt his limbs as they hugged the bone beneath. Pain shot up my spine, and I was forced to give up. I tried to keep it to myself, scared of my classmates or, God forbid, my own mother's reactions. I'd feel his occasional pinches or bites when taking a test or giving a presentation. It never happened often enough for me to get used to it. Each one surprised and hurt me, always leaving me shuddering for the day. I resented Mr. Millie. I wanted him gone, but I didn't know what to do. After manning up and admitting my back pains to my mother, she took me to a specialist in 8th grade. The doctor couldn't see him. It was only after an hour of being exposed and embarrassed, my skin being pressed against cold, hard metal, that I was told to put my shirt back on. He couldn't diagnose me with anything more specific than chronic back pain, something to be treated with an occasional ibuprofen. Despite my best wishes, it only got worse as I entered high school. Mr. Millie grew to become big enough that I could feel his weight at all times. I gained a hunch. His legs wrapped themselves all the way out to the sides of my rib cage. They gave me periodic stinging jolts throughout every day. As much as it hurt, I lived with it. One memory from this time that stands out to me was when I was a sophomore. I walked out of the last class on a Friday with some classmates. We had made collective plans to go to one of their houses to watch a movie. Just as we exited the door of the school, Mr. Millie bit down hard, his sharp mandibles clenching around my spine, right below the shirt collar. I shouted out in pain, fiery neurons shooting out across my back and shoulders. I collapsed onto pavement. The other kids feigned concern, but ultimately, I was left limping home alone. It became a regular burden, and after a while, I gave up on the social world. I had to stay home. I kept taking medicine at the behest of my mother, even though I knew it wouldn't work. I had to lay down just right for the pain to subside. Just me and Mr. Millie. By the end of high school, although I had managed to get by just fine enough with my grades, I had no friends left. Through the pain, I had managed to keep my only real passion, music, going. I had been practicing the trumpet with the intent of applying to music schools for college. Hours upon hours of preparation, locked away in a room all alone. It was the only thing that really added to my life in a way that I liked. Luckily, Mr. Millie tended to leave me alone during these times. When it finally came time for auditions, I drove 3 hours north to reach one of the schools I had applied to. I felt the familiar weight of Mr. Millie return as I stepped out of the car and approached the building. I received a name tag and was ushered towards my warm-up room. I wondered if they could see the monster on my back under my collared shirt. His legs wrapped themselves all the way around my torso while I sat there trying to play a few notes. When I was called to go into the concert hall for the audition, I struggled to even stand. His weight was staggering, like I was lugging along a full hiking backpack. By the time I reached the door, my forehead was slick with sweat, my stomach churned, and a bottomless pit formed. They called my name. I walked in. The judges sat far away in the empty hall behind curtains. They called out for the first excerpt. I took a shaking breath and attempted to calm myself. I raised a mouthpiece to my lips and started to play. It started out audibly shaky, but okay. Mr. Millie squeezed his legs around my ribcage, pressing the bones into my lungs. My breath hitched in my throat, and I could hardly breathe. The notes began to sputter and die, falling limply into front row of empty chairs. A chill ran through my whole body when I heard the sound. I spastically finished the excerpt and lowered my horn. Mr. Millie tightened his grip, and my cheeks were flushed red. They called for the next excerpt. I sighed with relief. I was terrified they were about to kick me out. As Mr. Millie relaxed himself, I began to relax too. I raised my horn and began to play. Suddenly, the mandibles closed around the nape of my neck and dug into my skin, cutting deep and spreading a terrifying warmth over my skin in an instant. I dropped my horn from my face, barely keeping a hold of it in my left hand. I doubled over and my mouth fell open, silently shrieking out, trying my hardest to contain my misery lest the judges hear it. Sweat beaded up and fell to the floor in drops, fading into the wood. I reached behind my head and felt his own larger than the palm of my hand. It was hot and hard. I'd pulled, my fingers cutting as they gripped the edges of his exoskeleton. Tugging only made him dig deeper, and the pain was electrifying. I felt something warm and sticky. My right hand was covered in blood. Thank you. You can leave to the side door now. A faceless judge called out, attempting not to sound embarrassed by my performance. The voice sent me reeling. I limped out of the room. By the time I was greeted by an assistant in the hallway, the blood was gone. Mr. Millie's head was no longer visible above my collar. As soon as I left the building, I collapsed in the grass and sobbed. All that time, all the effort, it all flooded into the front of my mind. I had ruined it. No, he had ruined it. Something had to be done, no matter the cost. I decided it then. That same evening I returned home and kept my answers vague when my parents asked. I tried not to relive the audition in my head, but it kept coming back. I was ashamed. When I went to my bedroom for the night, I made sure to lock my door. I pulled my shirt off and looked in the mirror. My body went numb. Mr. Millie covered the entire span of my back, his dark brown-orange segments hard and defined, gleaming in the light. His legs circled around the front of my body, holding firm against my rib cage and stomach. Pointed feet pierced my skin where they burrowed themselves in. 2 giant tubes, the antennae, protruded out above my head. Around the back of my neck was the mouth. His 2 giant mandibles, appearing more like black lobster claws, were attached rigidly to the top of my spine. I braced myself, my clammy hands wrapped around the sides of the middlemost segment covering my back. I felt the sharp edges and the soft, hot underbelly. I pushed it away from my back hard. The edge of the shell cut deeply into my fingertips just as the tips of his legs tore at the skin on my stomach. I couldn't hold back my scream of pain, and I pushed further. Blood and sweat poured onto the ground. There was a fire melting my entire torso. My chest looked like a Christmas present being torn open, bits of red muscle protruding from underneath. I pulled even harder, and the legs finally lost their grip, each flailing wildly in the air as they lost contact with me. Just as the last one fell, the mandibles bit down. They cut deep into my neck, and bright red blood spattered across the floor. I dropped to my knees and clenched my jaw. I felt their grip upon my spine. Each pull after that brought immense, paralyzing pain with it. I had to stop. I let go of the body and stood up. I glanced around the room with my watery eyes until finally settling on the sharp corner of the nearby dresser. I stumbled over and turned my back to it. I shoved my back into it. I heard a loud crunch and a high-pitched shriek behind my head. The mandibles loosened slightly. I lifted myself forward. I dug my heels into the floor and drove my spine into the dresser again. A wet, visceral smash. I heard something splatter to the ground, finding brown entrails and black skeletal shards pooling up beneath my legs. The mandibles grew looser again. When I lifted my body, the mandibles shut with renewed vigor, cutting deeper into my body. My head involuntarily tilted forward, and I felt cool air rush over a huge gash behind my ears. With one more push, I flung myself into the sharp wooden edge. Another ear-piercing scream behind me preceded a loud thud as the bottom half of Mr. Millie felt the floor in a tangle of limbs and guts. The mandibles finally opened, allowing the rest of him to fall into the pile. I fell forwards, unable to catch myself as I collapsed to the ground. In a pained haze, I watched on the floor as the front half of Mr. Millie raised his antennae above the pool of organs. He searched the floor with them before quickly scuttling away, leaving a brown, sticky trail behind him. I closed my eyes and embraced the cool ground. The pain slowly faded. When I opened my eyes again, the entrails were gone. There was no more blood, no evidence of a struggle. When I sat up, I realized that I was no longer wounded. I winced as I felt the back of my neck, which was completely fine. I stood and observed the room. No sign of Mr. Millie. That was a month ago. It felt nice at first, the weight being gone. I was actually happy that morning. I still am happier, in fact, but I still feel a lingering sensation, that tickling on my neck. I haven't seen Mr. Millie since he slithered out of sight, but I hear it, his legs pitter-pattering the walls, in the ceiling, anywhere I go, always near me. FYI, this story is split up to parts labeled as stories. The strangest passengers I've picked up as a taxi driver. As a taxi driver over the years, most of my passengers were completely normal, just like anyone else. But some of them have stuck in my head to this day. Here are 4 stories I'll never forget. Story 1. I was doing my job that night as usual, around 8 or 9 o'clock. A young man in his 20s flagged me down, got into the front seat, and told me his destination. He stayed silent throughout the ride, which wasn't unusual. Many passengers prefer to stay quiet, but suddenly he asked me to stop. The place we stopped wasn't the destination he had told me, but I thought he might have changed his mind. I complied and stopped the car, but he didn't get out. He stayed silent for a few seconds, then turned to me and said directly, without any introductions, "Asterisk, asterisk, I want you to find my body, asterisk, asterisk." At first, I couldn't comprehend what he said, and I thought I hadn't heard him correctly. So I gave him a confused look. He repeated, "I want you to find my body." I asked in shock, "What are you talking about?" He said in a calm voice, "I died years ago. My family doesn't know what happened to me. I will show you where my body is. Retrieve it and call the police. This will do me a great favor, and my soul will finally rest. Please." I replied, annoyed, "Are you making fun of me?" He said, "I know this is hard to believe, but you'll see I'm not lying if you do what I say. Please, my soul and my family are suffering." I said sharply, "I don't have time for your silly games. Get out." Then he grabbed my hand, pleading, "Please, I beg you." His hands were icy cold. I looked into his eyes and saw them completely lifeless, not even a reflection of my own face. Suddenly, the car started moving on its own. It headed toward an unknown place, and I tried to control it, but I couldn't. After a while, it stopped in a remote area where there was no sign of anyone, just wide open fields. The young man said, without looking at me, "Get out." I was terrified, so scared that I felt my heart rise to my throat. I thought this was the end, that he was going to kill me. Then he turned to me and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." His words did nothing to ease my fear. We walked through the fields, and he pointed with his finger, "Dig here." I didn't have any tools, but I started digging with all I could. After a short while, I hit something hard. I froze for a few seconds. I swallowed hard, wishing it was just a rock. But my wish didn't come true. It was a skull. I jumped back in terror and started crawling away, trembling. I remembered the young man, slowly turned around, but he had vanished. I looked left and right. There was no one. I ran to my car, my legs barely carrying me, falling several times before I reached it. I got in and drove away from that place. I couldn't work for the next couple of days. I was in shock and terrified. The young man appeared in my dreams, urging me to call the police. Finally, I gathered my courage, called them, and reported the location of the body. Later, it was revealed that the skeleton belonged to a young man named Mike, who had been 27 years old when he was killed by his cousin over financial issues. And he was the same young man I had met. And story 2. A family of 6 flagged me down. A father, a mother, and their 4 children. I told them I couldn't take that many passengers. So the father said, "If that's the case, I'll go alone." He got into the back seat, and we started driving toward his destination. Halfway through the ride, I decided to break the silence and said, "It's really cold tonight, isn't it, sir?" "Yeah." But the voice that answered me wasn't a man's. It was soft, feminine. I froze for a moment, then looked into the rear view mirror. There was a woman sitting behind me. I turned to her and said, "I don't remember picking up a woman." She replied, "Really?" Then I realized she looked like the same woman who had been with that family. I told her that, and she said, "Oh, right. My husband changed his mind at the last moment and asked me to take his place." I tried to believe her, even though deep down I was sure I had seen the man get in. A few minutes passed. I glanced at the mirror again, but this time it wasn't the same woman. Now it was a young woman, probably in her early 20s. I stopped the car immediately and said, "What the hell? You're not the same person from a few minutes ago." She replied calmly, "Oh, really? I'm sorry. Sir, you must not have been paying attention. I've been the same person the whole time." I knew what I saw. The first woman had brown hair. This one was blonde. I got out of the car, my heart racing, and in a panic, I made a clumsy, almost ridiculous move, rifling to the back seat and even opening the trunk looking for, I didn't even know what, but there was nothing. I got back in, and before driving off, I looked into the mirror again. This time, there was a teenage boy sitting there. I swallowed hard. My heart started racing. He said in a strange voice, as if a group of people were speaking at the same time, "Drive." For some reason, I obeyed. We finally reached the destination. "We're here." One person got out, then another, fourth, fifth, and finally the sixth. My eyes widened in shock. They were the same family I had seen earlier. Then I suddenly remembered they hadn't paid me. I got out and shouted, "You didn't pay me." They kept walking as if they couldn't hear me. I shouted again, "Hey, aren't you going to pay?" They all stopped at the exact same moment, then slowly turned toward me. That's when I saw it. They had no faces, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, just smooth skin. My heart pounded violently, and my whole body started shaking. I ran back to my car and drove away as fast as I could. And story 3. While I was driving down the road, I noticed a man who looked tense, trying to cross the street, but he quickly stepped back onto the sidewalk and repeated the attempt. He seemed extremely nervous. I stopped and asked him if he was okay, and whether he needed a ride. He said he didn't know where he was and just wanted to get home. I asked for his address, and he gave it to me. I asked him to get in, but he remained rooted to the spot. I asked again, but his anxiety only seemed to grow. I opened the door for him myself, and he got in, but he didn't know how to close it. I told him to shut it, and he started fumbling around the door randomly, as if trying to figure out how it worked. In the end, I had to close it for him. The man was wearing an elegant old-fashioned suit, like the kind men wore in the 19th century, complete with a tall hat and a cane. At first, I thought he might be an actor or had just come from a stage performance without changing his costume. We drove on, and he seemed increasingly agitated, inspecting the car with his eyes. He asked, "What do you call this thing?" I said, "Pardon? What do you mean?" Then I realized he meant the car. I answered, "Oh, this is a taxi." I was surprised by the question. He spent the rest of the ride complaining about the strange houses, the machines that move on their own cars, and the large boards with moving people inside them billboards. And because I had assumed he was part of a play, so I thought he was still in character or something like that. We finally arrived at his destination. He paid me and got out. Just as I was about to drive away, I heard him shouting, "Oh, my house! What happened to my house?" He was standing in front of an old, abandoned home, clearly from another era. Then he asked, "Did thieves break in? Did someone attack my home?" I watched him for a moment and thought, this guy seemed completely insane. I got back in my car and drove off. A few minutes later, I glanced at the money he had given me. Something felt off. I looked closer. It wasn't like any money I had ever seen before. It was ancient, as if it had come from another time entirely. And story 4. I was driving down the road when a woman flagged me down. She got in, and the entire ride was quiet. Nothing unusual. It all felt normal. When we reached her destination, she looked a bit nervous and said, "I'm sorry I forgot my wallet. I'll go inside, grab the money, and come back to pay you." I said, "All right, no problem." She got out and went into the house. I waited. 15 minutes passed, and during that time, I kept honking the horn, hoping she'd hear me and come back out, but she didn't. Eventually, I decided to get out and go up to her house. I knocked on the door repeatedly and called out, but no one answered. No one came out. I looked through the window and noticed the place was in complete disarray. It looked abandoned, like no one had lived there for a long time. I was confused and thought to myself, how could anyone live in a place like this? I kept knocking and calling out, but still no response. Suddenly, a man from a nearby house came out and asked me, "Why are you knocking?" So I told him the whole story. He looked at me and said, "But no one lives there. That house has been abandoned for 6 years. The last woman who lived there died a long time ago. When I heard that, I couldn't believe him. The man left, and I stayed there for a bit longer, still knocking, but no one answered. At that point, I realized there was no point in waiting. I told myself it was probably some kind of trick or something like that. Then I went back to my car and drove away. The house made of cedar, but the walls smell like wet fur. I'm 42 now, and I still can't look at a hatch in the ceiling without a cold, oily sweat breaking out across my neck. My therapist calls it a lingering spatial phobia. I call it common sense. When you've seen the way a house can breathe, truly breathe, with lungs made of pink fiberglass insulation and ribs made of 2X4S, you don't ever really feel safe under a roof again. We moved to the Blackwood place in the late summer of '94. I was 12, that awkward age where you're too old for toys, but too young for the keys to anything. My dad had bought the place for a song at a foreclosure auction. It sat on 60 acres in Nebraska, dust miles from the nearest paved road. "Fresh start, Leo," he'd said, slapping the side of our overloaded station wagon. He was beaming, but even then, I could see the desperation in his eyes. He needed this to work. He'd sunk every cent we had into this fixer-upper. The house was a tall, narrow Victorian that looked like it had been stretched upward by a giant hand. The wood was a sun-bleached gray, the color of a drowned man's skin. It didn't have neighbors. It didn't even have a mailbox. The realtor said the attic is sealed off. Mom noted as we hauled the first boxes into foyer. She was looking up at the ceiling. Her nose wrinkled. Dry rot. We'll need to get a contractor out here before the winter. The smell hit me the moment I crossed the threshold. It wasn't just dust. It was the smell of a butcher shop on a Sunday morning, coppery sweet and faintly metallic. Beneath that was the scent of the cedar walls, but it was being drowned out by something heavy. Something like a wet dog that had been left in the basement for a month. "Leo, take Cooper and check out your room upstairs," Dad called out. Cooper, our golden retriever, was usually a blur of wagging tail and panting tongue. But he stopped at the bottom of the stairs. He didn't bark. He just lowered his head, his ears flattening against his skull, and let out a low, vibrating hum from deep in his chest. "Come on, Coop." I whispered, tugging his collar. The stairs groaned. It wasn't the healthy creak of a settling house. It was a wet, sliding sound, like a heavy bag of meat being dragged across a tarp. I froze, my hand on the banister. Thump, thump. It came from directly above. 2 heavy beats, followed by a sound like a dry fingernail clicking against a glass window. Click, click, click. By 8 o'clock, the Nebraska plains had swallowed the sun, leaving the house in a pressurized, buzzing silence. We didn't have curtains yet, so the windows were just rectangles of absolute black. I was in my room, sitting on the edge of my mattress. My desk lamp cast long, jittery shadows against the cedar planks. Every time I looked up, my eyes went to the hatch. It was a simple square of plywood, but it didn't sit flush. The latch was rusted through, leaving a half-inch gap on the left side. A thin, jagged slit of darkness. Escararty. The sound was sharper now. It wasn't a drag. It was a carving. I stood on my bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. As my eyes adjusted to the shadows near the ceiling, I realized the knot in what I'd seen earlier wasn't a knot at all. It was a hole, small, jagged, and recently made. The wood around it looked chewed, as if something with teeth like needles had been patiently gnawing through the plywood from the other side. I reached up, my fingers trembling. I wanted to push the hatch closed. I wanted to hear the click of a lock that wasn't there. Then the smell drifted down. It was so thick I could almost taste it. A damp, meaty rot that felt like it was coating my tongue. "Cooper?" I whispered, looking toward the door. The dog was standing in the hallway, silhouetted by the light from the stairs. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the ceiling. His lips were pulled back, showing his teeth, but he wasn't growling anymore. He was making a rhythmic, wet clicking in the back of his throat. Click, 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 click. It was the exact sound from the attic. Suddenly, a voice drifted down from the hatch. It was thin, whistling to the tiny hole like air escaping a punctured tire. It sounded like my dad, but the pitch was wrong, flat and mechanical. "Leo, take Cooper, check out upstairs." The words were mine. The words Dad had said 4 hours ago, but they were being spat back at me from the dark, syllable by syllable, as if something were tasting the sounds before it let them out. Above the hole, a pale shape shifted. I saw the glint of an eye, huge gray and mapped with red veins, pressed tight against the wood. It didn't blink. It didn't move. It just watched. And then, the wood of the ceiling didn't just creak. It stretched. I heard the sound of tendons snapping and with fibers tearing as something heavy shifted its weight. A sound like a wet bandage being ripped off a massive, ancient scab. I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of my room with a baseball bat, watching the hatch until the sun finally bled through the window. By breakfast, the terrors of the night felt like a fever dream, the kind your brain tries to prune away to keep you sane. Downstairs, the house smelled like burnt toast and cedar. My dad was already hunched over the kitchen table with a stack of blueprints and a cup of black coffee. "Dad," I started, my voice cracking. "There's something in the attic. It was talking. It used your voice." He didn't even look up. "It's the acoustics, Leo. These old Victorian builds are like giant wooden flutes. Wind catches the gables, vibrates through the cedar. It can sound like voices. It's called pareidolia. The brain tries to find patterns in the noise." "It wasn't a pattern," I whispered. "It was you." "Leo, enough," Mom said, coming in from the porch with a box of mason jars. Her face was tight. The stress of the move was already carving lines around her eyes. "We have enough to worry about without you making up ghost stories. The pantry has a leak. The cellar is damp, and Cooper is..." She stopped. We all looked at the corner by the refrigerator. Cooper wasn't his usual self. He was backed into the corner, his chest heaving in jagged, shallow rasps. A limb descended. It didn't fall, it unfolded. It was the color of a mushroom, translucent and slick, looking more like a giant, peeled ginger root than an arm. It had to be 6 feet long, with knobby, multi-directional joints that clicked like a bag of dice as they straightened. It didn't have a hand. It had a cluster, 5 long, needle-thin digits that moved independently, like the legs of a crab. The hand hovered inches above Cooper's head. "Good boy." The voice came from the attic, but it wasn't a voice. It was a perfect, crystalline mimicry of the way my dad spoke when he gave Cooper a treat. The needle fingers didn't grab the dog. They threaded into his fur. I watched in frozen horror as the pale digits slid under Cooper's skin at the scruff of his neck, as easily as a needle slides through silk. Cooper didn't yelp. He didn't even flinch. His eyes went wide and milky, his entire body going limp as if his nervous system had been switched off. The arm began to retract. It lifted the 60-pound golden retriever off the floor with no effort at all. I watched my dog rise into the air, his paws dangling uselessly, his head lolling back. As he reached the dark square of the hatch, the arm didn't just pull him in, it folded him. I heard the wet, sickening crunch of ribs being compressed, not out of malice, but because the hole was too small. The creature wasn't bringing a dog into the attic. It was bringing material. Cooper's hind legs kicked once, a final reflexive twitch, before he was sucked into the darkness. The hatch clicked shut. Silence returned to the house, thick and suffocating. I slumped against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked down at the floor where Cooper had been standing. There was no blood, just a single perfectly circular puddle of that gray, oily fluid. And then, from the ceiling directly above my head, inside the master bedroom, I heard it. Click, 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 click. It was the sound of Cooper's claws on the floorboards, but it was coming from inside the attic. And then a bark. It was Cooper's bark. Happy, playful. Leo, come play. The dog was calling me from the ceiling. The sun came up cold. It didn't bring any of the usual morning sounds. No birds, no wind, just a flat, oppressive stillness. My dad was the first one out of the room. He moved the dresser with a grunt of effort. His face set in a mask of back-to-business determination. He still thought he was dealing with a fixer-upper. He still thought he was in charge. "Cooper," he called out, his voice echoing in the hallway. "Coop, where are you, buddy?" There was no jingle of a collar, no frantic clicking of claws on the floorboards. "Leo, did you let the dog out?" Mom asked, coming out behind him, rubbing her arms against the morning chill. I stood in the doorway of the master bedroom, my eyes fixed on the ceiling of the hallway. The hatch was closed, but the wood around the edges looked swollen. The cedar planks were bulging downward. The grain stretched tight like skin over a bruise. I didn't let him out. I whispered. Dad walked into the kitchen, then out to the porch. "Cooper, Coop." I stayed in the hallway. I walked to the spot where I'd seen the arm descend. On the floor, lying perfectly flat in the center of a pale gray stain, was Cooper's collar. The buckle wasn't broken. The nylon wasn't torn. It looked as if the dog had simply melted out of it. I picked it up. It was cold, and it felt heavy, coated in a layer of that same translucent mucus. He must have slipped out a window, Dad said, coming back inside, his breath hitching. He saw the collar in my hand, and his face fell. "How did he get out of his collar?" That's impossible. It was on tight." "He didn't go outside, Dad," I said, my voice trembling. "Don't start, Leo. Not today." Then it started. It was a soft, rhythmic sound. Ha, 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 ha. It was the sound of a dog who had just finished a long run in summer heat. It was a heavy, wet panting of a golden retriever. But it wasn't coming from the floor. It was coming from the wall behind the coat rack. The sound was muffled, vibrating through the cedar planks, as if the lungs doing the breathing were pressed directly against the other side of the wood. Ha, ha, ha. My mom froze, her hand hovering over the coffee pot. Is he in the walls? Frank, is there a crawl space back there?" Dad went to the wall. He pressed his ear against the cedar. The panting stopped instantly. A second later, a sound came from inside the wood. It was a low, playful woof, the sound Cooper made when he wanted you to throw a ball. It was followed by a wet, sliding noise that traveled up the wall, across the ceiling joists, and stopped directly over my head. "Ha, ha, ha. It's a resonance," Dad whispered. But he wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking at his own hands. "The wind. It must be catching the vents. It's creating a rhythmic suction. Frank, that sounded like a dog," Mom said, her voice rising. "That sounded exactly like him." Suddenly, the panting changed. It slowed down. It became deeper, more guttural. "Leo, come play." The voice was Cooper's bark, but the words were shaped by my own voice. It was a horrific hybrid, the tone of a dog, the vocabulary of a boy, and the mechanical delivery of a machine. Then, from the ceiling above us, a single long thump shook the house. The cedar planks didn't just creak. They flexed. I watched the seam in the wood pull apart, and for a split second, I saw something moving in the gap. It wasn't fur. It was a row of pale, needle-thin ribs, expanding and contracting, pumping air through a body that had no business being inside a wall. "We're leaving," Mom said, her voice cracking. "Frank, get the keys. We're leaving now." "Wait," Dad said, his eyes wide. He was staring at the pantry door, the one he'd nailed shut. The nails were starting to turn, slowly, as if they were being unscrewed from the inside. The heavy framing nails were rotating, backing out of the wood with a high-pitched metallic screech. Scree, scree. Something was coming out of the pantry. I knew what was going to come out. Keys. Frank, the keys. Mom was hysterical now, her hands trembling so hard she dropped her purse. Dad didn't move. He was staring at the pantry door. The last framing nail fell to the floor with a hollow clink. The door didn't swing open. It sloughed off its hinges, held up only by thick, ropish strands of that gray, translucent slime. "Get to the car," Dad commanded. His voice suddenly calm, the calm of a man who realized he brought his family into a slaughterhouse. "Leo, take your mother. Go." We bolted for the front door. I grabbed the brass handle and pulled. It didn't budge. It wasn't locked. It was fused. The gray fluid had leaked into the frame overnight and hardened into something with the tensile strength of steel. "The window," I yelled, pointing to the large bay window in the dining room. We scrambled toward it, but as we crossed the threshold, the floorboards contracted. Snap, snap, snap. The cedar planks under Dad's feet opened like a set of wooden teeth. "Frank!" Mom screamed. Dad's right leg had fallen to the floor, but he wasn't hitting the dirt of the crawl space. He was being pulled. I looked down and saw the pale, multi-jointed arm from the attic. No, 3 of them, winding around his thigh like constricting pythons. "Run!" Dad roared, slamming his tire iron into the floorboards, trying to shatter the wood. But the wood was no longer wood. Where he struck the cedar, it bled. A thick, dark ichor sprayed the wallpaper, smelling of old copper and wet fur. The house let out a sound, not a groan, but a whistle, high then low. 2 notes, and then the mimicry began in earnest. From the walls, the ceiling, and the floor, a dozen voices erupted at once. "Leo, come help with the kitchen, boxes." "Good boy. It's just an old house." "Leo." It was cacophony of our own voices, overlapping and distorted. Suddenly, a massive, pale shape lunged from the dark of the pantry. It wasn't a separate creature. It was a knotted mass of muscle and skin that was still physically attached to the inner wall of the house. It hit Dad with the force of a freight train. I watched, paralyzed, as the creature's fingers, those needle-thin 6-inch digits, threaded themselves into the pores of my father's face. They didn't punch through. They slid in, navigating under his skin, as if they were looking for his nerves. "Frank!" Mom lunged for him, but I tackled her back. "Mom, look at his arm." My dad's left arm, the one he was using to hold himself up, was turning gray. The skin was becoming diaphanous, the veins turning a dark, oily silver. He wasn't being eaten. He was being integrated. "Go!" Dad gasped, his eyes rolling back. The creature pulled. The sound was like a tree trunk splitting in a storm. Dad didn't scream. He couldn't. His jaw had been fused to the floorboards. I saw his ribs arch, his shirt tearing as his torso was dragged inch by inch into the gap in the floor. The last thing I saw of my father was his hand, still gripping the tire iron, turning into the same sun-bleached gray as a house's exterior. The metal iron didn't fall. It was swallowed by his palm, the skin growing over the tool until it looked like a natural, jagged protrusion of bone. "The window, Mom. Now!" I grabbed a heavy dining chair and shattered the bay window. Glass sprayed the porch. I shoved my mom through the opening, her dress catching on the jagged shards, but she didn't feel it. I scrambled out after her, hitting the porch and rolling into the Nebraska dust. We didn't look back until we reached the station wagon. As Mom fumbled with her spare keys, I turned. The house was different. The tall, narrow Victorian didn't look like a building anymore. It looked like a huddled shape. The walls were pulsing, a slow, deep respiration that kicked up dust around the foundation. In the upstairs window, my bedroom window, a face appeared. It was pale. It was stretched. It had my father's nose and Cooper's wide, glassy eyes. It pressed its mouth against the glass, and even from 50 yards away, I heard the whistle. Mom slammed the car into gear. We fishtailed out of the driveway, the tires screaming against the gravel. As we hit the main road, I looked at the rear view mirror one last time. The pulsing had stopped. The gray fluid had retracted into the seams, and the sagging organic weight of the building seemed to stiffen, hardening back into the sharp, clean lines of a Victorian home. The Blackwood place stood perfectly still against a rising sun, looking exactly as it had the day we arrived. A beautiful, silent bargain. The trap was reset, and it was waiting for the next fresh start to pull into the driveway. My son had an imaginary friend he called Dog Man. Dog Man. Jordan exclaimed one day. We were camping. It was a beautiful spot nestled in the mountains. My wife picked the place, saying her dad once took her when she was a kid. I was a sucker for tradition, and when the opportunity revealed itself through a gap in work days, we just had to go. The trees shivered against a gentle breeze, their leaves shimmering shades of lemon and evergreen. It was cold, but good kind of cold, the kind that filled your lungs with crisp life. It was Jordan's first time camping, and we never could imagine how happy a kid like him would be. Dog Man, what's that? I asked. It was a few hours since we arrived. I was fixing up the tent, making sure it was secure, when he suddenly pulled at my jacket and pointed to somewhere between the trees. He's there, Jordan said, a toothy smile plastered on his round face. I turned and looked, expecting some kind of coyote or something, but there was nothing. Our research said that the only kind of wildlife we had to worry about were bears, but we were miles away from their territory, and even those were marked with large signs. Still, it kind of spooked me, so I played along. Oh yeah? What's he doing? I asked half-mindedly. I was focused on the tent. Rain was something we expected, and we didn't want our tent washed away if there was one. Just watching, he said matter-of-factly. That was it. To be honest, I was glad. Kids have wild imaginations. For him to say that a Dog-Man hybrid was just watching us was, in a weird way, relieving. When I was his age, I saw faces in the sidewalk blowing raspberries at passers-by. I smiled and said, well, ask him if he could lend a hand. We still have a lot of work to do. Come on. I pulled Jordan away to set up a table where we'd have lunch. It was a plastic foldaway that Kate bought online. In the time we put up, Jordan kept his attention fixed to the same spot. I couldn't help but look at where he was looking. There really was nothing there, just dead leaves on the forest floor in between some trees. He wasn't scared nor happy to see whatever he saw, just amused. I couldn't help but think he was keeping an eye on it. Is he still watching? I asked him. Jordan nodded his head. I was curious, so I asked him what he looked like. He's a dog, but also a man. I chuckled. The image that materialized in my head was a middle-aged man wearing an oversized dog suit, his face popping out through a hole. Maybe he saw it in some cartoons? But what kind of cartoons? I had no idea. But Jordan wasn't finished. He's got long black hair. He's on his hands, and he has a really long neck. The guy in a dog suit evaporated. He said hands, not paws. Again, Jordan was a kid. This was normal. Wild imaginations. Kate came back from her scouting, and in a few minutes, we dug into the lunches we packed. Jordan's attention was immediately diverted towards some chicken wings, but I couldn't help but glance over to the side between the trees every now and then. The next morning, it rained, and when we woke up, Jordan was gone. I woke up to the sound of the tent flaps whipping wildly against the wind. The tent was open, and I quickly reached beside me where Jordan slept. He wasn't there. I woke my wife up, my blood pounding between my ears. What's happening? Kate said, waking up the start. Jordan's gone. Both of us got into our jackets in less than a minute. We picked up some flashlights and practically flew out of the tent. In less than 5 minutes, we were out in the woods, the rain crashing down, our voices fighting against it just to scream our kid's name. Jordan, Jordan. I yelled. A million thoughts raced through my head, a million possibilities. Surely, he wasn't too far. We were only a mile away from the main road. He knew where the car was. Did he have his compass with him? There weren't any cliffs or ditches nearby. That was something Kate made sure of. I blew on a whistle, hoping he would recognize the high-pitched sound. He wore a neon green jacket, so we'd be able to spot him on the horizon if we had to. Instead, I saw Kate's orange parka and ran after her. Nothing, I said breathlessly. Oh, God. Aaron, where is he? She asked before falling on my shoulder. I held her tight and promised we'd find him. He's half blind, Aaron. He must be cold. All this rain. Oh, God. I held her tighter and promised over and over and over again. Half an hour later, search and rescue arrived. It was still raining hard. They asked us a few questions and sent out teams, some volunteers. One of the rangers stopped us from joining in, said we had been in the rain for too long. We didn't care. We wanted to find our son. It was the longest afternoon of my life. We joined the search team after a few hours, now with raincoats to ease the rangers' worry. My voice grew hoarse from shouting his name over and over again. His name echoed through the woods from a dozen voices, and for a while, I feared the worst. Then the radio piped up. Each of us had one. It was one of the rescue teams. We found him. We tore through the woods and found Jordan at the campsite, surrounded by a crowd of rescuers. They were smiling and relieved, but it was nothing compared to what my wife and I felt at that moment. When we reached him, we scooped him up and held him in our arms and cried. He looked like he came from an afternoon of playing in our backyard, and not as if he was alone in the woods for several hours under heavy rain. His clothes were intact, nothing more than scuff marks and some splattered mud on his pants. His hair was all over the place, as if he tumbled through a wind tunnel. In fact, he looked bored. "Are you okay, baby?" Kate asked him for the 6th time. "Yeah, I'm good." "Where did you go?" I asked him. "I went to pee." Kate and I looked at each other and laughed. We laughed at the absurdity of it all. At that moment, we didn't care why he went away, as long as he was with us now, safe and sound. We thanked the search and rescue, the volunteers, and the local police. They had a doctor look at Jordan, just to make sure he didn't break a bone or anything. Needless to say, our camping trip was cut short. We walked back to our car. It was already dark. The sun had set an hour ago, so the police offered to escort us on the way back with flashlights. We took them up on it and marched through the woods back to civilization. I carried Jordan in my arms. His chin nestled on my shoulder, and I refused to let him go. "Thanks," he said. "We're not out of the woods yet, buddy," I replied. "Not you, dog man." There he was again, even after everything. I turned my head and saw Jordan looking behind me. "What about dog man?" I asked, studying his face. It was round, something we've always loved about him. There was also the scar that ran across his face from an accident years ago, leaving one eye of his blind. It was raw and pink from getting soaked in the rain. He kept his attention behind me, towards something nearby. He showed me where to find you. "Really? Well, tell him I said thanks." "No need. He's right behind you." I stopped, only for a second. I couldn't help but turn. There were a couple of police officers to our sides, but right behind me, there was nothing. I flashed my light through the trees, the beam stopping a few feet before the darkness. It was ridiculous. but I felt something, a warm breath on the back of my neck. I shrugged it off and quickened my pace to the front. I passed Jordan to Kate, who was getting antsy and demanded it was her turn. I laughed nervously and followed her all the way to the car. Jordan was bummed out that our trip ran short, and we explained how there was too much rain and it would be too dangerous, and not as if he went missing for a whole day or anything. We bought some ice cream on the way home and watched a movie together. Both Kate and I's nerves still fried from the experience. Scooby-Doo was on, but I could barely keep my eyes on it. "So what happened out there, bud?" I asked when I was putting on the next one. "Aaron," Kate said, and she gave me that look. "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, baby, but we're here for you, okay?" Jordan nodded, strawberry ice cream dribbling down his chin. Eventually, Scooby and the gang weren't enough to keep us awake. We were exhausted. I turned off the TV and carried Jordan to our room. That night, we all slept in one bed. Kate took a shower while I tried to tuck him in. "Dream good dreams, okay?" I said. "Are we sleeping together?" he asked. "Yep. Don't want to keep you out of sight, you slippery goblin," I said before tickling him. He laughed, and I smiled, happy to see him there. "Safe." But he raised his hand and pointed to the corner of the room. I looked. "Can Dog Man stay?" He pointed to an empty space by our cabinet. The curtains were flat against the wall, and there was nothing else but a chair and my desk. Instinctively, I felt the need to walk to that space, to occupy it. There was nothing there, but I didn't want to ruin whatever imaginary friends my son had come up with. "Well, Bud," I said, "he'd have to stay on the floor. I don't think we can all fit in one bed, you know?" "That's fine. He likes it cold," he said, before turning on his side to sleep. I blinked, unsure what to say or do. He said it like he was so sure, like he was just pointing out the weather. I wasn't sure if child fantasies were that detailed, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought I was just being paranoid. After a while, Kate walked in with a towel wrapped around her hair. "Everything okay, hon?" "Yeah, everything's fine," I said, before hearing a soft snore at our bed. We looked at each other and giggled. He must have been exhausted. He stopped mentioning Dog Man so much after that. I'd bring it up as a joke, and he would ignore me like I didn't say anything. Life went on as usual. One day, I received a call from the orphanage. Kate was at work, so I had to go alone. After dropping Jordan at his school, I drove into the city for our scheduled meeting. I met with Sister Irene. She was old, well into her 60s, and one of the kindest souls I know. She ran the orphanage in the city. It's where we adopted Jordan. It was nothing unusual. They mentioned that they had to do some monthly check-ins after adoption. It's been almost a year now since Jordan came into our lives. We talk about how he was doing, and if he was doing well in school. We talk about how he was thinking about going into sports and playing some baseball for his school's team. The animosity of those first few months of interrogation, as Kate called it, were gone, and we spoke to each other like old friends. Eventually, I had to let her know about what happened at the mountain. She was horrified, to say the least. I explained how, beforehand, we'd already told him to not go anywhere without us, as well as a few precautions. "Yes, that's Jordan, all right. Like a lightning bolt," she said, shaking her head in relief that our son was okay. "It was the scariest thing, not knowing what could happen, you know?" She agreed. I had to ask that question. I was wondering, by the way, did Jordan ever mention something or someone called the Dog Man by any chance when he was with you? He brought it up a lot that day. Kids and their imaginations, right? Sister Irene looked puzzled. She paused for a moment. It was a wonderful afternoon. You couldn't have imagined the sky was capable of raining down hell like that. Jordan was probably at school. The camping trip probably felt like a millennia ago to him now. Did he say what he looked like? Irene finally asked. Strange question, I thought. I told her what Jordan told me. HM, give a moment. Then she brought out a suitcase and opened it. It was filled with folders, profiles of kids that were adopted from her institution. Jordan's was one of them, which she brought out and flipped through for a few seconds. You're aware of the accident, yes? Of course. It was one of the reasons we took him. After all, though they warned us that he was aware of what happened to him, and that he may have trauma from it. We didn't care, and so far, he was nothing but a bundle of weird joy. There were problems, of course. Weeks of coaxing him out of his shell. There were some days he'd be quiet, and I was worried he was remembering a painful memory. Yeah, a fire. His house burned down. Some freak accident. Yes, well, he had a brother. Irene said before handing me a photo. I looked at it. It was burned in some edges, and a yellow hue had clouded the picture. Smiling at the camera was a guy in his early 20s. He had shoulder-length hair, and he wore a checkered shirt and a tank top underneath. A pair of rugged jeans wrapped around his frame, and he wore it well. He looked cool. Hell, even cooler than me. But next to him was a large dog, as big as a kid. Its hair fell to the ground like velvet curtains, and two solid eyes stuck out of them. It looked like a mix between a Saint Bernard and a husky. This is Jason, his brother. He died in the fire trying to save Jordan. I looked at the picture again. Somewhere in that house, Jordan was probably sleeping or drawing. The young man's smile became kinder, and I thanked him under my breath. How come we didn't know this? They lived in the woods in a house their father left them. When he died, Jason was all he had. The fire was bad, Aaron. Nothing was left. The only thing we knew about Jordan was his name. I'm guessing it took a while for the police to dig through everything. That fire, what happened? I asked. When we took in Jordan, we never asked about it. It was something we thought was best to leave behind. Well, nobody knows how it started. It was an old house, so it must have been that. The call was made when some folks spotted the flames from a few miles away. From what the police could gather, Jason there pulled Jordan out in the middle of it all, but he went back. Back! To get the dog. They found Jordan crying outside the house, saying how his brother went back inside to fetch the dog. Something must have happened. They found him in one of the rooms. They couldn't tell which part was his, which part was human. Black hair, long neck, hands. After that, I thanked Irene and drove away home, thinking. I looked back to that day in the woods when Jordan said thanks, not to me. How much of it was real? How much of it was his imagination? I shrugged off the thought. I spent the afternoon trying to work, but I couldn't get it off my mind. Eventually, it came time to pick Jordan up from school. I asked him again about Dog Man. It would be the last time I asked him. Hey, buddy, so is Dog Man still around? Again, no response. He looked out the window as we passed some houses on the street. The windows were down, so the wind blew across our faces and rushed through our ears. His silence was something I expected, so I continued. Well, can you tell him thanks? Like I mean it, okay? A pause. After a moment, Jordan spoke. Okay. I suggested that we stop by on our way home to get some ice cream. We got strawberry, his favorite. After all of that, I was relieved. Jordan's a strong kid, braver than he could ever know. Everything he said, no matter how wild or out of place, I would always take at face value. He knew some things that I didn't. Kids always do. Since then, he's never mentioned Dog Man again, and hopefully, he would never have to. The party club sent me an invitation. I shouldn't have accepted. After the man knocked for the second time and handed me a liver, I knew this wasn't ordinary. It was something beyond my understanding, something supernatural. But it's not like this was bad for me. I was in the business for a while. I worked as a surgeon, a provider for a business, a complex network designed to maximize cooperation and eliminate internal threats. One slip up and you're kicked out or killed. There's always someone ready to replace you. Let's call this business the party club. There were trusted providers, but I wasn't one of them, though I'm considered relatively senior. However, this meant I could live freely without much restriction and excessive surveillance. They were strict on operations, especially among the higher-ups. They had no intention of letting their business go anytime soon. Life was good. I make money and can provide for my family working as an M&A manager for a nearby company. I think about them every second of every day. I can see them smiling, playing together within the warm hue of the living room. My beautiful wife hugs my clever 13-year-old daughter with one arm and holds my precious 2-year-old son with another. I can imagine her laughing as my daughter makes a face, half embarrassed and half annoyed, while my son babbles incoherent expressions, searching for attention with his bright eyes. Thinking about it brings a smile to my face. I remember the first time a man knocked. It was odd. I wasn't expecting anyone at 8 a.m. in the morning. My wife had already gone to work and my daughter to school, leaving me and my son, who was sleeping in his crib, together in the house. The door opened to reveal a man with slick back hair and a nice smile. He wore a suit complete with a black tie and dress shoes to match. I noted the red wagon resting behind him, handle in hand. "Hello, Mr. Redacted. I'm here to provide for the party club. What would you like today?" he said cheerily. Now, as I provided myself, I was very confused. Not because he knew my name, but because he came to find me. In this line of work, it wasn't uncommon for your name to be shared around. Why not call somebody to pick the organs up and send them to a broker? I wasn't sure why he sought me out, but I decided to humor him. Maybe this could be useful. But first I had to find out if he was a real worker or not. "Who are you?" I asked. The man didn't answer. He just stood there, staring at me with his consistent smile. I tried other questions. "Where are you from? Who sent you here? How long have you been in the business for?" Still no answer. I was at a loss, but remembered he asked me what I wanted for today. Jokingly, I asked for a kidney. I wasn't expecting him to take it literally. His smile stretched and he beamed. "Certainly." He turned around and reached into his wagon, pulling out a kidney from the bottom. It unnerved me that I couldn't see the bottom of it. The wagon seemed to stretch down into a dark abyss. He held out the kidney, and I reluctantly took it from him. Still slick with blood, it almost slipped out of my hands. It looked like it was taken from a body seconds ago. "Thank you for ordering." I could only stare as he turned away. I watched as he disappeared down the street. This left me with more questions than answers. But what's the harm in taking advantage of the situation? I put the organ in a small cooler filled with ice and carried it out to the car. Our operation base, a hospital most of you are familiar with, wasn't too far. I wanted to get it to the broker as soon as possible when the organ was most viable. The babysitter came shortly after, and I headed to work. The middleman, who I called on the way, was already waiting for me when I arrived. I opened the cooler for him, and he took the kidney, giving it a quick look before putting it in a box with preservation fluid. Among it was a bunch of other organs he had probably picked up on the way. He didn't ask me where it came from, and I was glad. I wouldn't know how to explain even if he did. I thanked him for coming, and he drove off with a tip of the hat. While I still clocked into work, I thought about what I would do if the wagon man showed up again. Can he give me any organ I asked for? What if I didn't answer the door? What if I didn't want to order anything? Money was wired from time to time. I'm not sure where the middleman takes the organs, nor who sells them, though not many sales are made in a month. One operation can make thousands. I got a good cut, and that was all I needed. The next day, I wasn't as surprised when I opened the door for him at the same time in the morning. He wore the same suit, same smile, and held the same red wagon. I ordered a liver this time. He pulled one from the wagon and handed it to me. It was just as fresh as the kidney I had ordered the day before. Though it was unsettling, I was excited. I could make great use of this opportunity. "Thank you for ordering," he said before walking away. Again, I told the middleman to come pick it up from me. I gave the liver to him. He took it, and I went to work. Over the next 2 weeks, I started testing the limits of what I could order, and I was pretty certain the limit was none. Whether it was a kidney, liver, or heart, he always reached into his wagon and gave me what I wanted. If I ordered 10 hearts, he would give me 10. If I didn't want to order anything, I could just tell him that and he would walk away. Additionally, he didn't show up on the weekends, so I didn't need to worry about my wife answering the door. The idea of a supernatural being having weekends off was surreal to me, but I wasn't complaining. At some point, the middleman and I formed an unspoken schedule. Because of the high viability organs that I was providing, the money started raking in. I went to work with more energy than before. The security that the money brought in affected me more than I would like to admit. I was getting cocky. You can't afford to get cocky in this line of work. It's a death wish, and I knew that, but it felt so good to have a source of goods with no strings attached. The only time I was unsure was the time my wife got sick and stayed at home for 3 days. On the 3rd day, she woke up quite early. I dreaded the knock on the door. I tried to usher my wife back to sleep, but she refused, saying she felt energized. I positioned myself around the door when the knock came. "I'll get the door," I shouted into the kitchen. "Oh, is someone there?" she called back. And that was when I learned nobody else could see or hear this mysterious wagon man. I felt relieved. I cracked the door open and told him I didn't want to order anything today. "Certainly. Thank you for ordering," he said, just like every day. I didn't bother to watch him leave anymore, closing the door before he left. It went on like this for the next 3 months. Answer the door at 8, drive to meet the middleman, clock into work. 3 months before the party. One night, I wanted to celebrate my success in my hard work of ordering organs while clocking into work for seemingly no reason now. On a Friday night, I drank more than usual and blacked out. I woke up at 10 a.m. the next day, panicking about work. I shot up and threw myself in the bathroom and into some random clothes. Before my wife walked in and asked what the commotion was all about. "Oh, it's Saturday." I grinned awkwardly, and I knew she knew what I was doing. She shook her head and sighed. "Don't drink too much next time." I changed back into more comfortable clothes before following her footsteps into the kitchen, where the kids were eating pancakes. My wife stood at the stove and suddenly turned towards me as if she remembered something. "Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. I collected a mail last night, and someone mailed you something. Let me find it." She went towards a drawer next to the front door and pulled out a single brown envelope, handing it to me. Upon inspection, there was no signature, no nothing, just my full name written on the front. "Thanks," I told her. I had a suspicion it might be about work, so I distanced myself from my family before opening it. Inside was a card with neat handwriting scrawled on the inside. Invitation. The annual organ harvest party. For loyal members only. The party club. Address. April 14th, 2023, 10 p.m. No way. There was no way they could have invited me to something so special. I mean, I haven't heard of it before, but after all this time, I was finally being recognized as a loyal member of the business. Maybe I could get promoted, be part of the inner circle. I ripped the note a few times and tossed it in the trash, my heart racing. When was the last time I had been this excited? After living in a monotonous routine for the past few years, something was finally happening and hard work was paying off. There was about a week and a half until the date. I calmed my racing heartbeat. I went back to the kitchen and told my wife that the envelope was from work and that I would need to go to a company meeting on the 14th, lasting late into the night. She affirmed and brought a new batch of pancakes to the table. I patted my kids' heads, ruffling through their hair, and joined them in devouring the stack. Fast forward to the 14th. I had been waiting every day in anticipation, time passing like a flash. I was ready to go out. I walked towards the door, but I suddenly thought about my medical bag, complete with a sewing kit and other materials. Who knows? I might need it later. After all, I didn't know exactly how a party like this was organized. I grabbed it and headed into my car, putting the address into maps. The place was pretty far. It was about a 2-hour drive. I started the engine and followed the navigation. The drive led me to the outskirts of the city just before you reach the desolate roads. I approached a poorly lit company building, 5 stories high, lined with glass windows. It looked out of place, too modern compared to its surroundings. The lights were on inside. I parked in the lot behind the building. There were quite a few cars already lined up, and I had arrived 10 minutes early. I took my bag from the back seat and locked the car. As I turned towards the building, I noticed another person standing there in the distance. I walked a little closer and was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. "Hey!" I yelled at the middleman, waving at him. He turned around in confusion, but smiled once he recognized me. "Hey there, you came to drop off other goods? How'd you find me all the way out here?" he joked. I gave him my business laugh. I asked him if he received the invitation, and sure enough, he received the same envelope I had. We went into the building and were immediately greeted by a receptionist sitting at a table near the entrance. She wore a formal black dress, had her hair in a high bun, and wore a flashy silver necklace. Seated in front of a single computer atop a long table. The red tablecloth contrasted greatly with the white interior of the building. There was a corridor straight ahead with glass offices, occasionally branching off to either side. "Hello, how may I help you?" she said, smiling at both of us. "Hello, we are here to attend the party," the middleman said. "Show me your invitations." Luckily, I remembered to bring it with me. I unfolded it from my back pocket and presented it to her, the middleman doing the same. "All right, now tell me one interesting fact about yourself that no one else knows about." The middleman and I eyed each other in confusion. It wasn't exactly surprising that the party club knew everything about us, but it was still unnerving to have them monitor me without my knowledge. Well, I did ask for this after all, joining this business. The middleman and I took turns whispering into her ear about our secrets. I told her about the scar that I had under my lip from slamming my face into concrete after using an roller. Embarrassing, I know. Once we were done, she clicked on her computer twice, seemingly satisfied. "Welcome to the party club's annual organ harvest party. Once you're ready, head down and turn left. You'll find the elevators. Take them to the 3rd floor. Enjoy!" she exclaimed with that same unwavering smile. Somehow, it reminded me of the man with the wagon, but I brushed it off as a coincidence. Ladies first. I beckoned the middleman to walk ahead of me, following closely behind him. I looked back before I turned the corner. The lady was gone. I didn't hear footsteps or any indication of movement. Maybe she left already. We took the elevator to the 3rd floor. It was completely empty despite the occasional pillar. There were already people inside, gathering and talking together in groups, getting to know each other. I estimated around 80 people. Maybe this was something like another lobby, and they were still setting up the main event from the whispers around. It seemed like it was everyone's first time there. Weird. 2 loud claps hushed everyone. I looked towards the source. "Welcome to the annual organ harvest party." I recognized that smile before anything else. It was the man with the wagon who had been supplying me. "I hope you are all having a splendid time. With that, let's get this party started," he cheered, Someone screamed. Some people jumped. There were people blocking my view. So I stepped around people to get a closer look. People were inspecting a young man who had his eyes wide open in terror, and his hands clutching his stomach. Through his pale sweatshirt, I could see dark red seeping through and then running down his hands. He collapsed to the ground. I ran towards him and lifted his shirt. His stomach had been cut open, a huge vertical slit that ran from his mid-chest to his lower stomach. Blood was pouring out, pooling around his limp body. Quick, someone call 911. I yelled, but it was too late. His organs slid out of his body, floating toward the wagon like someone invisible was carrying them. They were storing themselves in there. This party wasn't for us to harvest. We were being harvested. Someone else behind me screamed. This time, it was an older woman. She held a phone to her ear. She had dialed the police. Her face scrunched up in pain and blood soaked into her cardigan, mirroring the man. She, too, slumped to the floor. She clutched the phone to her face and groaned out the next of her words, asking for help and informing the 911 operator of our address. Finally, she fell unconscious, the phone dropping as she lost control of her arms. Chaos ensued. People ran for the elevators, tripping over each other. One by one, they fell to the ground. It was like a countdown. There was only so much time until it would reach me. Shit. What do I do? I needed to get out of here. I sprinted toward the elevators, stepping around the people that fell. I saw the down button lit up. Someone had managed to press it. Blood rushed into my ears, drowning out the screams. The elevator doors slid open. Almost there, pain split into my stomach. Shit. Blood seeped into my clothes, and I fell on my back. I panicked. I don't want to die. The sewing kit. I had nearly forgotten I was holding my medical bag with a death grip. There was no other choice. I pulled my shirt up and wrenched the bag open, fumbling for the sewing kit. It was hard to thread the needle with my shaky hands, but I miraculously managed to get it after a few tries. I started between my chest and sewed downwards. The stitches were messy, but I just needed something to keep me together. I was losing a lot of blood. I didn't have time. I didn't bother to cut the end of the suture. I forced myself to my feet, needle dangling off my body. I took the last 15 steps to the elevator and pressed the button. The door opened faster than I expected. I stumbled inside and pressed the button to the first floor, leaning against the wall for support. I pressed the door close button, jabbing it over and over again, looking through the open doors. The wagon man was sprinting towards me. I could feel the wound threatening to open again, skin tugging against the sutures. I held myself together, wrestling with my own flesh. The man was getting closer. I wasn't going to make it. He would reach the elevator doors before they closed. He suddenly fell to the side. Someone tackled him. No! I cried out. The interceptor and the wagon man both fell to the ground before the elevator. Before the doors closed, the middleman said one last word to me. Live. The elevator hummed, going down to the main floor. I repeated it in my head. Live. I needed to make it out of there. To tell everyone the truth about what happened to these victims. To carry on their wills. The doors opened, and I ran toward the entrance. My torso hurt like hell, but I didn't let that stop me. I turned and saw the glass doors in front of me. I made it. A glimmer of hope surged as I pushed the door open. The moment I stepped outside, I was thrown forward. The building exploded. My ears rang. Glass shards flew everywhere. I lost consciousness before I hit the ground. Mumbling filled my ears. I opened my eyes. I was in a hospital bed in the ICU. There were multiple things hooked to me, and I was bandaged all over. There was a tube down my throat, assisting me with breathing. I tried to move, but didn't find the strength to. A nurse walked by and noticed that I was awake. She checked on my vitals, shining a light into my eyes. "Hello? Can you hear me?" she asked. Blink once for yes, twice for no, though her voice was muffled. I blinked once. Good. Do you remember your name? I blinked once again before thinking. Did I remember? I searched through my brain. Oh, right, my name is Redacted. She advised me to rest and would fill me in on the rest when time comes. Throughout the next 2 weeks, I spent most of my time in bed recovering. My hearing came back, and I was able to sit up eventually. The breathing, too, was removed, and I could eat on my own. My family visited me almost every day, filled with endless worry. I was in a coma for 2 months, for broken ribs, broken left shoulder, multiple fractures, severe head trauma, traumatic brain injury, eardrum damage, nasal cavity damage, ruptured lungs and internal organ damage, more than a few glass shards in the body, second-degree burns on the back, near-fatal blood loss. I'm damn lucky to be alive. The nurse told me I would have died without the stitches. I only remembered fragments of what happened back then, only the explosion and bits and pieces of party. As time passed, those memories slowly recovered. I spent the next 4 months stabilizing in the hospital and then went to rehab for another 2. After paying off the hospital bills with my new fortune, I found a new job. A new, legit job very far away from where I used to work and where I live now. I wanted to get as far away from the party club as possible and start anew. My family and I moved after a few months of careful planning. I'm truly happy now and doing well. For all those who are in the business, heed this as a warning. I beg you to quit and live an honest life. Alright everyone, that's the end of REANIMAL and the end of my first series on this channel. And hopefully you guys enjoyed. This was a fun game to play and fun videos to make. I think I will do another horror game series soon, but I haven't decided what yet. I think I want to stick to the shorter ones around 3 parts, but I don't know yet. But if you have suggestions, let me know in the comments below. But I think that's going to do it for me tonight. I hope you guys had a relaxing time, and I'll catch you guys later. Good night, everyone.